Everything is just for a moment.
He really thinks he is. Oh.
By whom alone kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding. We, thine unworthy servants, here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations, and grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the king, the public will, peace, and tranquility of St. Lucia, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord.
Amen.
Good morning, everyone. I have received correspondence from the Speaker of the House of Assembly advising of the following motions and bills were passed in the House of Assembly and forwarded to the Senate for its concurrence. Yes. Apologies. Madam Clerk, please administer the oath of office.
I, Alison Albo-Faja, do solemnly affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to St. Lucia, that I will uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of St. Lucia, and I will conscientiously and impartially discharge my responsibilities to the people of St. Lucia. I do affirm.
Starting the announcements again. I have received correspondence from the Speaker of the House of Assembly advising that the following motions and bills were passed in the House of Assembly and forwarded to the Senate for its concurrence. The Value Added Tax Act Resolution of Parliament to approve draft Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedule 3, Number 2 order. Resolution of Parliament to authorize the making of an order for the 2020 supplement to the revised edition of the laws. Income tax amendment, security interest in movable property, motor vehicles, and road traffic amendment. I would like to, before we go into the business of the the Senate this morning, welcome and congratulate Senator Alison Jha on being nominated to this honorable House. I trust that she will, as I've known her in other life, continue to contribute to the hearty debates that we have And I commend to her the cordial and collegiate relationship that we have in the Senate, and hopefully that will continue with her presence. Thank you. I also wish to note that today is the first sitting of the Senate since the passing of the late Her Majesty, Her Royal Highness Queen Elizabeth II on 8th of September 2022. The late Queen was the only monarch I think I can comfortably say any of us in this house know or knew, and her dedication to duty and steadfast commitment to her nation are an example that we should all seek to emulate. May she rest in peace. I also, on behalf of this Honorable Senate, extend our best wishes to His Royal Highness King Charles III on his ascension. I have received communication from Senator Jawahir indicating that she has been a close contact of someone who has been tested positive with COVID, and therefore she is absent today. We wish her all the best, and hopefully we'll see her again shortly. I also, before we go into the business of the House, wish to observe, well, the ladies on the government side are all dressed, the leader of government business as well is also dressed in pink, which I believe is for breast cancer awareness. We are aware that this is a scourge that continues to affect many women in our society, and in fact men as well. I think we often forget the fact that men can also suffer from breast cancer. And we wish to just raise awareness for that disease and those fighting and who have survived that disease. Statements from ministers. Papers to be laid. Honorable Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Tourism, Investment, Creative Industries, Culture and Information, and Leader of Government Business.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. Good morning, colleagues. Mr. Deputy, I beg to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory Instrument Number 101 of 2022, Alien Landholders Holding License, Exemption, Onika Alicia Charles Order. Statutory Instrument Number 102 of 2022, Tourism Incentives, Bayside Palace Inc. Order. Statutory Instrument Number 103 of 2022, Tourism Stimulus and Investment, Bulla Chic Village Order. Statutory Instrument Number 104 of 2022, St. Lucia National Housing Corporation, Larishus Vieux Fort of Year 4, Number 1 Vesting Order. Statutory Instrument Number 105 of 2022, St. Lucia Housing Corporation, Larishus Vieux Fort, Number 2 Vesting Order. Statutory Instrument Number 106 of 2022, Legal Profession Eligibility, Cora Manavilla Antoinette Galloway Order. Statutory Instrument Number 109 of 2022, Price Control Amendment Number 13 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 110 of 2022, Excise Tax Amendment of Schedule 1, Number 11 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 111 of 2022, Special Prosecutor, Form of Oath of Affirmation Regulations. Statutory Instrument Number 112 of 2022, Backing of Warrants, Designation of Requesting Country Order. Statutory Instrument Number 112A, COVID-19 Prevention and Control, Physical Distancing Number 9 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 112B, COVID-19 Prevention and Control, Testing and Quarantine Number 5 Regulations. Statutory Instrument Number 112C, COVID-19 Prevention and Control Protocol, Public Omnibus Number 7 Regulations. Statutory Instrument Number 113 of 2022, Legal Profession Eligibility, Jessica Cecile Theobald Order. Statutory Instrument Number 114 of 2022, Legal Profession Eligibility, Rashada Lani Zara Daisley Order. Statutory Instrument Number 115 of 2022, Tourism Incentives, Era Secrets of the South Order. Statutory Instrument Number 116 of 2022, Tourism Incentives, ATV Direct Order. Statutory Instrument Number 117 of 2022, COVID-19 Prevention and Control Physical Distancing number 9 Revocation Order. Statutory Instrument number 118 of 2022. COVID-19 Prevention and Control Testing and Quarantine number 5 Revocation Regulations. Statutory Instrument number 112 of 2022. COVID-19 Prevention and Control Protocol Public Omnibus number 7 Revocation Regulations. Statutory Instrument number 120 of 2022. COVID-19 Prevention and Control Wearing of Mask Regulations. Statutory Instrument number 121 of 2022. Payment Systems Eastern Caribbean Automated Clearinghouse System Amendment Rules. Statutory Instrument number 122 of 2022. Price Control Amendment number 14 Order. Statutory Instrument number 123 of 2022. Excise Amendment of Schedule 1. Excise Tax Amendment of Schedule 1 number 12 Order. Statutory Instrument number 124 of 2022. Tourism Incentives Sandy Bay Management Limited Order. Statutory Instrument number 125 of 2022. St. Lucia National Housing Corporation MICO Vesting Order. Statutory Instrument number 126 of 2022. Invest St. Lucia MICO Vesting Order. Statutory Instrument number 127 of 2022. Insurance Amendment of Schedule 4 Regulations. Statutory Instrument number 128 of 2022. Price Control Amendment number 15 Order. Statutory Instrument number 129 of 2022. Fiscal Incentives. Eco-Plastics and Industrial Tires Conversions EPIC EPIC Incorporated Order. Statutory Instrument number 130 of 2022. Fiscal Incentives Heineken St. Lucia Limited Order. Statutory Instrument number 131 of 2022. Tourism Stimulus and Investment Rahim Albertini Order. Statutory Instrument number 132 of 2022. Price Control Amendment number 17 Order. Statutory Instrument number 133 of 2022. Excise Tax Amendment of Schedule 1 number 13 Order. Statutory Instrument number 134 of 2022. Price Control Amendment number 17 Order. Statutory Instrument number 135 of 2022. Customs Service Charge Variation of Service Charge Goods number 2 Order. Statutory Instrument number 136 of 2022. Fiscal Incentives Tenderoni Foods Inc. Order. Statutory Instrument number 137 of 2022. Eastern Caribbean Asset Management Corporation Amendment of Schedule Order. Audit Report of the Office of the Parliamentary Secretary, Commission, OPC.
Honorable Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Education, Sustainable Development, Innovation, Science, Technology and Vocational Training.
Thank you. Mr. Vice President, I beg to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory Instrument number 107 of 2022, Accreditation Amendment of Schedule 2 Order. Statutory Instrument number 108 of 2022, Offshore Higher Education Licensing and Incentives, Amendment and Schedule 1 Order.
Motions. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. President, I beg to lay the following motion standing in my name. Whereas, by Section 10.3 of the revised edition of the Act Cap 1.07, it is provided that the Attorney General may, by order, publish in the Gazette, declare that a revised edition of the laws of St. Lucia specified in the order shall come into force on such date as may be appointed by the order. And whereas, by Section 10.4 of the revised edition of the laws Act Cap 1.07, it is provided that an order in respect of a complete revision edition of the laws shall not be made until after passing of a resolution of Parliament authorizing the making of such an order. And whereas, by Section 13.5 of the revised edition of the Laws Act Cap 107, it is provided that a replacement, insertion, deletion, or amendment pursuant to that act shall have no effect unless made in accordance with the order of the Attorney General under Section 10.3. And whereas, it is further provided by Section 13.6 of the revised edition of the Laws Act Cap 107 that the revised edition, in whatever format marked with the latest revised edition date, is deemed to be authoritative revised edition of the laws to which Section 10.4 applies. Be it resolved that Parliament do authorize the Attorney General to make an order to declare that the 2020 supplement to the revised edition of the Laws of St. Lucia, as specified in the order, shall come into force on such date as may be appointed by such order, and as an authoritative version of the law.
Be it resolved that Parliament do authorize the Attorney General to make an order to declare that the 2020 supplement to the revised edition of the Laws of St. Lucia, as specified in the order, shall come into force on such date as may be appointed by such order as an authoritative version of the law. I now put the question. As many of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you again, Mr. President. Mr. President, I wish to lay the following motion standing in my name. Whereas, under Section 109(1)(a) of the Value Added Tax Act Cap 1542, the Act, it is provided that the Minister of Finance may, by order published in the Gazette, amend the schedules to the Act. And whereas it is further provided under Section 109(2) of the Act that an order made pursuant to Section 109(1) of the Act is subject to an affirmation resolution of Parliament, except where the amendment is to customs tariff headings only. And whereas the Minister of Finance seeks approval of the draft Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedule 3, Number 2, order to amend Schedule 3 of the Act by an affirmation resolution of Parliament to A. Exempt imports of personal items, food, clothing, toys, and other household consumables contained in barrels for the period commencing from the first day of November 2022 and terminating on the 28th day of February 2023. B. Exempt imports of toys, food supplies, and care packages by a member of the House of Assembly for the benefit of children, the vulnerable, and needy persons in the constituency of the member of the House of Assembly for the period commencing from the first day of November 2022 and terminating on the 31st day of January 2023. Be it resolved that Parliament, by affirmation, resolution, approves the draft Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedule 3, Number 2 order, which amends Schedule 3 of the Act to A. Exempt imports of personal items, food, clothing, toys, and other household consumables contained in barrels for the period commencing from the first day of November 2022 and terminating on the 28th day of February 2023. B. Exempt imports of toys, food supplies, and care packages by a member of the House of Assembly for the benefit of children, the vulnerable and needy persons in the constituency of the member of the House of Assembly for the period commencing from the first day of November 2022 and terminating on the 31st day of January 2023.
Be it resolved that Parliament by affirmative resolution approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 3, Number 2 order, which amends Schedule 3 of the Act to A. Exempt imports of personal items, food, clothing, toys, and other household consumables contained in barrels for the period commencing from 1st day of November 2022 and terminating on the 20th day of February 2023. B. Exempt imports of toys, food supplies, and care packages by a member of the House of Assembly for the benefit of children, the vulnerable and needy persons in the constituency of the member of the House of Assembly for the period commencing from the 1st day of November 2022 and terminating on the 31st day of January 2023. Senator Stanislas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy President. For you, Mr. Deputy President, permit me to congratulate Senator Jean on her appointment to this honorable chamber this morning. I look forward to some healthy and objective debate with the honorable senator in the coming weeks and months ahead, and just want to wish her the very best during her tenure in the Senate, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. President, I rise in support of the motion as presented by the Leader of Government Business for this amendment to the VAT schedule for the importations of goods, care packages, and so on to the most vulnerable and children in the country. As we know, many persons, many St. Lucians are going through a very difficult time at this moment, Mr. Deputy President, and this will serve them very, very well, especially for the holiday season. Mr. President, I also wish to note that the Leader of Government Business, well, the government, if they could speak with the relative agency or agencies, it may be improving on the efficiency at the ports. I remember last year there was a lot of issues with persons spending an entire day there, sometimes 2 days. The appointments were, you know, the scheduling and everything. So if something can be done to improve on the efficiency at the ports, especially December for Christmas, so that people could get their barrels and their containers as early as possible, that will go a very long way. But it's a very good amendment, a very good motion, Mr. Deputy President, and we on this side support it fully. Thank you.
Senator Fede.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President.
Deputy.
Mr. Deputy President, you're the president for today. Like my colleague, I want to congratulate the senator on her appointment and look forward to her time here with us, and looking forward to a very healthy and constructive debate as we look for the best ideas to take our country forward. So all the very best to you. I too support the motion, Mr. President. This is very routine. Governments have done this over the decades to ensure that the traditional Christmas season, which would usher in people or citizens that would get supplies from overseas, allowing loved ones in the diaspora to send us barrels and gift items during the time of giving. However, I want to say, Mr. President, that the time within which we are executing what has been a tradition is very, very different. Very precarious in light of the global inflation situation, which has brought about very high costs of living, and no doubt afflicted much pain on the people of St. Lucia, who continue to struggle under the weight of rising fuel prices, rising supermarket prices, electricity bills have gone up, salaries are not going up anytime soon, and really are not keeping a pace. And so I would have loved to have seen that we didn't only consider barrels, because what really happens to someone who's not as fortunate to get a barrel from overseas? Could we also not consider maybe at a subsequent time to bring about more relief to people at this rather difficult time? So it could be to look at the VAT on certain items to allow people to afford more as they contemplate their Christmas shopping. So whether it's coming in from overseas, or whether they're going to SNS, or whether they're going to M&Cs, or they're going to or Massey, that they are able to benefit just like the person that is benefiting from the barrel. All of us don't have relatives with the means overseas. And so therefore, I think that this would have been a lot more effective if, for example, we give some thought to those individuals who don't have relatives overseas to send them a barrel. That's number one. Now, this motion must be contemplated in light of ameliorating the pain that people feel on a daily basis. And so whatever else the government can do at the same time to reduce the price of gas. You know, I see that the excise tax remains the same, while the price of gas has come down a little. Today it's averaging about $90 a barrel in the markets. And so this is one of the items that really cause severe inflation on the operation of bus drivers, on the operation of people being able to put gas in their car. Just generally, cost of living is very difficult for the people of St. Lucia. And so the government has to do more to try to cushion that pain that people are feeling right now, and not just view this as just the traditional Christmas barrel exemptions that we do. We've been doing this for the last 35, 40 years. So really, I think, Mr. President, this is my contribution to this. This has to be, the scope of this should be widened in the broader context of what the people of St. Lucia are feeling right now. Thank you.
Senator Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, and I want to thank you. It's good to have you in the chair this morning. I want to welcome new Senator Alison Shaw to this August chamber, and I know that it will be a very refreshing time in the Senate with her experience, the knowledge, what she brings to this chamber. And I want to also wish Senator Joahir the very best, and hope to see her back in the Senate very, very soon. Also, I want to ask for a minute to congratulate former Ambassador Sonia Johnny, who was the representative at the OAS who received an award from President Joe Biden. And as a St. Lucian who was served very well, and I remember working with her briefly in Washington, who represented St. Lucia very well, I want to extend congratulations to her, and that may she continue, and may other St. Lucians who are overseas working represent with such excellence, and so St. Lucia will continue to move up. I want to support the motion for the barrels that the government will allow for this Christmas season. And I want to correct the Senator. I am not sure this is 25, 40 years that has been happening. That is incorrect information. So I think we need to get our facts right. That has started during the Labour Party, maybe three terms thereabouts. So it cannot be 25, 40 years. It's as recently as 3 terms ago with the Labour Party. So let us correct this information and not give wrong information in this space. As well, Mr. Vice President, in supporting this motion, that what the government is trying to do for the people of St. Lucia, sometimes it's a little difficult to sit and listen. I was not planning to speak, but it's difficult to see the senator stand on his feet and to ask for the government to do more as it pertains to petrol and gasoline, because the senator knows exactly the situation in this country. They know exactly how they left it, the mess that was done, and it's gradually one issue at a time that the government is trying to relieve the people of this country. There are so many perks and good things that the government has given to the people of St. Lucia since assuming office last year. We look at the laptops, we look at the distress fund, we look at all, I mean the list is forever, okay? So far that people of St. Lucia are benefiting. And so when the government again pulls out and say, yes, we are allowing this, I think we should just accept that this is a wonderful gesture and let us say this is it. Because sometimes we know. We cannot come and pretend we do not know. We know what is going on in the economy. We know post-COVID. We know through the Ukraine war. We know what we found in the treasury. We all know. And so I want to say, we know what was taken from the people of St. Lucia. Mr. President, I do not want to go there, but I have to. We know the 24 million that was taken and left in the hands of a hotel. We know about the 13 million for DSH. We know about the 7 million paid for vaccines when we could get vaccines through another medium. We know about CHTTI. We know about Ojo Labs, Lockerbie 32.4 million, Permandu 13 million. We know all what was taken from the people, from the coffers of the people of this country. So when the government attempts to give back one bit, and then one bit, and one bit to cushion the blow, I think we should be grateful. And yes, you can suggest, but to think that it's deliberate, the government is just playing politics in this space. And we have to be honest with ourselves. If we have to be honest with ourselves, we will know, okay, that this barrels that's coming through, it's not only for the parliamentarians, it's for the ordinary citizen, and it is shared. Barrels, when a barrel comes to a home, it is shared in the neighborhood. It is shared by an auntie with the children and nieces and nephews. It is shared by neighbors. We all know that. And so I want to support this motion and say there is more coming for the people of St. Lucia. And this government put people first. When there is the breakthrough, the government gives the breakthrough. I thank you.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. I want to thank members for their brief contributions, the two colleagues in opposition, for recognizing that this is an initiative that we need to continue with. I note the statements made by the Leader of Opposition Business. He seemed to have been suggesting that we should do more. If I try to capture his sentiments in terms of the essence of his contribution, that we should do more. And how can we not agree that we should do more? I think all of us should agree that every government wishes to do more. And we will do more as long as we have the means and the resources to do more. There are reasons why we cannot do more at this time, and I think, as eloquently espoused on by my colleague, most of the reasons why we are unable to do more at this time, after just over a year in office, has to do with the situation that we had to deal with, and we still have to deal with, that we inherited, particularly with expenditure that is not available to us. I think we could have done more, and we would agree that we would have been able to do more if we had $7 million. Don't you agree, Mr. Deputy President? We had $7 million that we didn't have to be trying to recoup from vaccines. that could have been a lot more that we could have done. And I don't want to go back to all the examples, but in general, I want to agree with the opposition that we should be able, or should have been able to do more, on one condition, that the resources that we needed, or should have been there for us to have done more, were there. Mr. President, I also want to remind the House, or the Senate, that in the 1 year, just about a year plus that we've been in government, despite all of the mitigating issues like that were espoused and mentioned by my colleague, that the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party has found ways to give back. A lot of examples, or several different initiatives that were non-existent in the last 5 years, just non-existent. And sometimes I wonder what we would have done if we had the resources that the leader of opposition businesses government had at the time. I mean, can you imagine, Mr. Deputy President, that we could have, despite what we have inherited, despite the crunch that we left in, despite the fiscal space that we don't have, and we didn't go out borrowing from day one, that we have been able to give $500 bursaries to students, and not based on political affiliation. Every student who succeeded the common entrance exam. When you do the math, Mr. President, this is a significant contribution out of the public purse. We've also been able to, as announced by the Prime Minister recently, and as received by our retirees, our pensioners, $500, a one-off payment. I didn't have that for a long time. I haven't heard about that when things were nice, as was being boasted about by the previous government. School facilities fees, Mr. President. In these difficult times, our government has found a way to relieve parents of would-be expenses. You see, when you bring the barrels in, it's probably giving a parent an option that they may not have to go and purchase some of the items from a store. That's revenue that they can keep. When you inject the revenue directly into their hands, that's a good thing. But when they do not have to pay facilities fees, the $200 or $300 each parent would have to find. And in some cases, some of them have 3 or 4 children going to schools, so Arthur Lewis secondary schools. If you add it up, it is a significant dent that we are making. And these are monies that parents and regular citizens of this country, not based on where they come from or what political affiliation they are and their salary scale, every single individual in this country benefits from. Mr. President, I can go on and on with the laptops, for example. What's the price of a laptop? What's the price of a laptop? Average price over $1,000. Can you imagine a parent who makes $500 a month, a janitor, for example, not having to source a $1,000, that's 2 or 3 of their salaries all put together, that they now have, they can use for other purposes because the government has found a way to reinstate the program. So I understand that we should do more. I agree that we should be trying to do more, and we will always try to do more. And as was mentioned by my colleague, as soon as we are able to create the fiscal space, as soon as we can improve the cash flow, Mr. President, I assure you that more will be done, not only with barrels, more will be done in every aspect of this country's development and in every sector to bring more relief to the people of this country. And so I thank the opposition for supporting the motion, and I look forward to the benefits that it will bring to our families. And I assure them that when we have been able, as we will, to bring this economy back to some decent, good health, that more will be done. I assure them of that, Mr. President. I thank you.
Be it resolved that Parliament by affirmative resolution approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 3, Number 2 order, which amends Schedule 3 of the Act 2A, exempt imports of personal items, food, clothing, toys, and other household consumables contained in barrels for the period commencing from 1st day of November 2022 and terminating on the 28th day of February 2023. B, exempt imports of toys, food supplies, and care packages by a member of the House of Assembly for the benefit of children, the vulnerable and needy persons in the constituency of the member of the House of Assembly for the period commencing from the 1st day of November 2022 and terminating on the 31st day of January 2023. I now put the question. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of our contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bills. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I beg to move for the first reading of a bill shortly entitled Income Tax Amendment.
Income Tax Amendment.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Deputy President, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order 49-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at the sitting.
Senators, the question is that Standing Order number 49-2 be suspended in order to allow the Honourable Leader of Government Business to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many of our contrary opinions say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable Leader of Government, leave is granted. Honourable Leader of Government Business, please proceed.
Thank you again, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to move for second reading a bill shortly entitled Income Tax Amendment. Mr. President, I want to, before I proceed with my short explanation and presentation of this bill, join the rest of the Senate in congratulating our newly sworn-in Senator and to welcome her to this sitting. I have seen her in another sphere as a public servant, outstanding in her the way she conducted business, and I expect the same high standards to continue from her in this Honorable Senate. I also join you, Mr. President, in expressing our belated condolences, if I may say, to the royal family, and also join my colleagues, as you did note, I'm wearing pink today, like my colleagues, in our drive to raise awareness, especially with breast cancer, but I think also our men are at high risk with all other forms of cancer, prostate and colon. And so cancer, as some people call it, the big C, is a serious enemy of all of us. And any effort towards raising awareness and reducing the risk, I would be very willing to support. On to the bill, Mr. President. This bill for consideration, the income tax amendment, is really in keeping with our government's commitment made to our people, that we will in every way try to increase the capacity to be able to have the resources that they need to take care of themselves. It is a step in the direction that we want to take our country, and it is also part of a bigger income tax reform regime or income tax reform strategy that our government intends to continue with. Whereas, Mr. President, you will find that it will not take care of all the issues, but it is one of the steps, the incremental steps that we will continue to take. Mr. President, essentially anyone earning less than $48,000 for the year, would benefit, so to speak. Grades 1 to 5 public servants earning less than $2,000, so that would be $24,000, not 48, 12 twos, $24,000 would benefit. Now, as a government, we are not afraid to say that there was an expectation that there would be a lot more. I know that the opposition has raised the issue of the $1,500 that I keep hearing every time we come to the Senate. A certain senator seems to be very seriously affected by that. But I want to say that we are not a government who says that, oh yes, we promised that and we're going to do it, and we don't. And we are not afraid to say that, yes, this is what we want to do. However, this is the situation that we are facing. These are the circumstances under which we have had to work. The conditions may have changed, and therefore we will proceed with this particular initiative first. So, Mr. President, in that regard, I want to inform the Senate that in the next few years, again, as I said in my previous presentation, as long as the conditions improve, we will see a lot more of these initiatives and adjustments being made to benefit our public servants. Mr. President, one of the serious hindrances that we faced was a consequence of the previous government reducing the value-added tax by 2.5%, costing us approximately $55 or so million a year. That would have given us a lot more space to do even more. And we have recognized that there is a serious issue with generating income and collecting revenue, especially when we have lost that particular cushion. But, Mr. President, this incremental step in the right direction is, as I said, part of a larger comprehensive tax reform process. And anyone who earns about less than $2,000 a month or up to about $2,083 a month will benefit more. Now, that means that someone who previously earned, let's say, $18,000 a year, the tax threshold or the tax allowance would have been granted to them, but now it goes up to $25,000 and even $30,000. So, Mr. President, there are a number of St. Lucians who are going to benefit, and I think the numbers have been put forward. I think it's approximately 14,480 persons. This is a significant number in the context of our small labor force. We also recognize that some may say that it may not be a huge dent. However, for someone earning $1,500 a month, it makes a significant difference to them. Those with those huge salaries may not see it as much, but I think we understand the impact it makes on someone earning a little less. Mr. President, we understand that anytime you make these adjustments, some persons or some sector will invariably feel that they have to bear some of the cost. And so we've done the estimation of about 168 persons out of the entire labor force who may find that their tax bracket is affected. And I remembered these comments being raised by the opposition in another place. But I think I wonder whether it was more about the 168 persons or individuals concerned about their own interest and how their own tax cuts or their own tax situation is being affected. I am hoping that it's more concerned about the people than individuals themselves. Mr. President, there are some areas that will be impacted. I just wish to mention a few by way of example. Alimony, child's allowance, pension allowances, mortgage interest are among some of the areas that will be affected positively by this particular move. I just wanted to use, by way of example, Mr. President, one example, and I refer to the amendment of Schedule 5. It currently explains that there are 4 tax bands, and these bands are explained based on the income. The first one is for persons earning between $0 and $10,000. They will attract a rate of 10%. The second band would be persons earning between $10,001 and $20,000 will attract a rate of 15%. The third band, persons earning between $20,001 to $30,000 will attract a rate of 20%. And the fourth band, or the remainder, that is persons above $30,000, will attract a rate of 30%. So it clearly indicates an equitable approach towards the adjustments based on your income. So there is no imbalance or unfair disparity in the way it's calculated. So the reduction in each of these bands, Mr. President, was just an example to explain that there is a level of equity and consciousness for who is affected and how. Mr. Deputy President, I also want to mention that it will affect the ability of persons to claim medical allowances. Previously, there were limits on that. This move removed those limits. And I think, as I did mention, we have an issue now with health. You know, we just acknowledged that we have an issue with health, cancer and all of those. And St. Lucians really do face serious challenges with medical costs, medical care. It's very expensive, Mr. President. There are some services that we have to go abroad to access because they're not available locally. And there are some basic health situations that require out-of-pocket expenses. And the more disposable income you make available to a St. Lucian, is the more that will be spent or put back into the economy. Every single dollar that is available extra to any St. Lucian is money that is available to be spent back into the economy. And we know the spending patterns of our people. Who are the people in this country, Mr. Deputy President, who spend the most money? It's the people who make the least money, because they don't have investments, they don't have big savings plans, they don't have offshore banking and all of those things that some people have the luxury of having. They make the money, they spend it, because their needs have to be met daily. We have daily paid workers, Mr. President. There are people who get paid every single day, and their bills come in every single week. So the more money you put back into their hands, teachers, police officers, nurses, regular public servants, secretaries in offices, you know, security guards, these people, a lot of them, they live from paycheck to paycheck, and so they spend more because of the capacity. So the more disposable income they have, the more money that goes back directly back into the economy. And that can absolutely mean that the economy is going to benefit and is going to grow. So, Mr. President, I think the strategy here is to increase the disposable income of the people in the lower income bracket. And when we said that we put people first, that is what we mean. We mean that the people who need it most will be the ones who benefit most. So, Mr. President, I think there are lots of angles we can take on this discussion, but I will perhaps wait until the other members of this Senate make their contributions to probably provide additional insight into why we have come to the Senate today to pass this piece of legislation or to amend it. Mr. President, I think the government, in doing so, we must acknowledge, and we make no secret, that there is revenue that's going to be lost. A total of about 14 million. But this government is confident that if $14 million is lost by putting revenue and money in the hands of people who will spend it, it is well thought of and it is beneficial. So we know that this move, we acknowledge where we are going to, the revenue is going to be lost, but we recognize how it's going to be utilized. And so we are very confident that this will redound to the benefit of the average St. Lucian, particularly those in the lower income bracket. So, Mr. President, for those who are concerned about the upper income bracket, I also say to them that the more money those in the lower income bracket spend is the better for those in the upper income, because they usually go spending that money there. The business people, those with investments, that's where the teachers and the police officers and them, that is where they go spending. So that money will get back into their pockets as well. So I think, Mr. President, either way you look at it, this piece of amendment is very essential at this time for our country, and I do support it and hope that it gets the support of the Senate. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Shalry.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. Let me, as those before me, extend a hearty welcome to Senator Ja, and I look forward to working with her and sharing in the experience that she has had being working in different positions in the public sector and the wealth of knowledge that she possesses. I am pretty sure that as one of the younger members of the Senate, that I will benefit from that wealth of knowledge and information to help me improve on the contributions I make in this honorable House. I wish as well, like those before me, Mr. Deputy President, to acknowledge the issue of breast cancer and breast cancer awareness. And I think as a country, these are some of the things that we must ensure that we continue to make strides in, to ensure that our people are told with the necessary information that is required in order to perhaps decrease the level of demise we see from cancers, all cancers, like the leader of government business pronounced, but especially the issue of breast cancer. I empathize with those who are living with the disease, Mr. Deputy President. It can be very challenging. Less than a year ago, I lost a relative of mine to breast cancer. And even whilst we were dealing with her death, one of the persons who were actually responsible for, one of her caretakers, was also diagnosed with breast cancer. And thankfully, she is here right now to be able to tell the story of her experience. And what she has done is quite remarkable, is that she is now putting together this group Pink for her to assist other persons who are living with the disease and to assist in the dissemination of information for early detection and so on. And so we have a challenge before us, but I think that as a country and a community, we can really assist with empowering people with the knowledge, but more so to ensure that the resources are available in terms of health care resources, so that persons who unfortunately meet that situation can be cared for right here in St. Lucia at some point and not have to worry about the financial side of it or the lack of medical facilities and interventions available in our country. Mr. President, I do not wish to be very lengthy in my presentation on this bill before us. The Prime Minister announced that the amendment to the tax regime is to provide relief to established workers. As part of the promise to the electorate, a pronouncement to waive income tax on the first $4,000 of all employees were made, and I think the leader of government business has already articulated the fact that at this juncture, perhaps everything that was, or in the manner in which the promise was made to the electorate, that we may not be at a position now to do all of it one time, but I'm pretty sure we are all familiar with the phrase that Rome was not built in a day. And so we welcome and we encourage any stride towards achieving that purpose, Mr. Deputy President, and every step towards that is definitely a step in the right direction. This is really a step, Mr. Deputy President, towards transforming the pay-as-you-earn or payee and the personal income tax regime in this country. And those of us who understand income tax, we understand that income tax could be either progressive or regressive. And I think this is a step in changing the income tax regime to make it a bit more progressive, whereby we look at the tax bands and whereby persons within the lower income brackets are not the one who are burdened with the brunt of the payment of taxes, and that there is a more even distribution in terms of your income, Mr. Deputy President. And I think that this is a very welcome move. I want especially to appeal to the persons who actually, I'm not sure how much persons really understand the benefit that will be realized for persons, especially within these lower income brackets, when this new regime is rolled out. What this will do inevitably, Mr. Deputy President, is to really increase the level of disposable income in the hands of persons who perhaps need it the most. The persons who are at the bottom of the income bracket, the persons who on a daily basis, on a monthly basis, work out all sorts of maths and all sorts of formula to ensure that they are able to provide the most basic of things to their family. These are the ones who will really benefit from that tax, new tax regime, Mr. Deputy President, and that is very noteworthy. Like the leader of government business pronounced, if we understand very well the idea of the circular flow of income and the way that money and produce and services move within the economy, we understand that when we put more money in the hands of persons, especially persons within the lower income bracket, who are the persons who really access the services and the goods provided within the country, Mr. President, we understand that that money will move around. So I will get paid and I will go to the supermarket and I will purchase goods. It means that I am giving the supermarket an opportunity to be able to employ persons and pay persons who in turn can now go to the service providers, the Lucia and so on, and that money continues to flow within the economy. There is not much outflow, especially within that income tax bracket. And so by empowering people and increasing disposable income, that will indeed benefit, or it will lend itself to improving the flow of the circular flow of income. Mr. Deputy President, I attempted to make a very practical example of, and again, this initiative is really an initiative of what we've come to know and understand this government to be and to stand for. A government by the people, for the people, who takes every opportunity, every practical opportunity to ensure that they empower the people, who takes every opportunity to ensure that the persons within the lower income stratas of the economy, who are oftentimes forgotten about, who are oftentimes not legislated for, that these persons are not left outside of the activities that happen in this country. And so, Mr. President, I looked at an example of what a tax refund will look like under the current regime as compared to the new regime, which we hope to begin in 2023. And for this example, we looked at an income earner who makes a yearly income of about $64,000, which is about $5,000 a month. With all the allowances being equal, Mr. Deputy President, under the current regime, the refund would be about $629. But under the new regime, with the new bands, the refund will be about $1,179, a difference of $550, Mr. President. And some of us may say $550 is not a lot. I guess some of us know and understand money a little too much, or we assume we do, and we'll say $550 is not enough. But for many of us within this country, for many of us who walk the streets and understand what it means to not have much, and those of us who learn to appreciate the little that can go a long way, $550 as a refund under this new regime can really lend itself to making a difference in a household. And Mr. Deputy President, like I indicated before, this example, this bill that we're debating today, this proposal for a new tax regime is really in keeping with the strides that this government continues to make to empower people in this country. It is in keeping with the mantra of putting people first. And so I also took the opportunity, Mr. Deputy President, to look at some of the other initiatives that really, when you put it all together, we actually see that complete plate. Many of us understand the idea of a balanced diet, and we look at these nice plates with the little greens over there, and the little browns and the little yellows, and we understand what a balanced meal looks like. And so we should also be able to relate to these other measures and how they have really assisted in putting money back or keeping money in the pockets of the persons who need it the most. So if we look at a family, for example, with a Form 5 student, let's take that for example, we look at a waiver of the school fees, the facilities fees that this government has rolled out. And on an average, some much higher and some lower, we look at a savings amount of say about $200 for the average house. We look at this tax, the same example I use for the tax refund. We look at that's $550. We look at the cost of purchasing a laptop, and earlier on, the leader of government business was attempting to perhaps put a costing to a laptop. And I went through some costs, and I took a very basic cost of $350 US, which equates to about 815 EC. And we look at the waiver of CXC fees for maths and English, and the most basic fees that the government would have covered in that case were about $137. This is a total of $1,699, Mr. Deputy President. $1,699. In a typical simple family structure like that, this is the amount of money that this government is putting back or keeping in the hands and the pockets of the average St. Lucian, Mr. Deputy President. Et monsieur, moi vle di ça en patois, because moi vle asiye ki tout moun ka kompon sa na dia. Moi vle commencer par ka di gouvernement ça là c'est un gouvernement qui en tout en pouvoir en les kompon yo kay mette moun premier. Et gouvernement ça là en l'année et check yo en gouvernement ha continuer mettre bagay en place pour asiye yo mette moun premier. Et peut-être de nous ka di c'est ti bagay la yo ka fait à trop petit. Et le nous garder yo pa koyo peut-être nous pas ka really comprendre qui manière yo ka assister yon moun qui parmi toute qualité largesse l'argent et richesse monsieur deputy president mais là nous mettons toutes ces bagailles ça ensemble et nous garder en famille qui ça nous ka créer average nous ka comprendre c'est policy direction of government et qui manière il ka assister en famille et exemple là moi mouché c'est yon moun qui a fait $64,000 à l'année, ça c'est bon $5,000 en mois. En bas, tax régime là nous en bas, moun ça la kay jeune refund, un petit tax plus passer $600. Mais en bas, régime là nous a proposé au dia, moun ça la kay jeune refund, un petit tax plus passer yon $1,000. En différence of $650, monsieur Deputy Président. Là nous regardons c'est l'autre bagaille nous met ensemble. Nous regardons un gouvernement qui a payé registration l'école. So parents ça a sauvé bon $200. Nous regardons tax refund là comme on dit à $650. Nous regardons un laptop because le gouvernement a baissé maman la laptop. So si parents ont pour gagner laptop là, parents peut-être qu'ils spend un petit tax plus passer $800. Et là nous regardons CXC fees, maths et English, parents ça a sauvé about $127. Là nous mettons tout ça ensemble, monsieur Député Président. Nous jamais été en 1,600, presque $1,700 vié dans poche par an ça là. Monsieur Député Président, ça c'est un gouvernement qui a gardé pour moun li. Ça c'est un gouvernement qui pas oublier, c'est pas tout le monde qui n'y en chai et tant dans nous en pays à nous briser quartier si pour ça là pour nous ça faire bagarre pour nous ça live la vie nous un petit plus confortable et ça c'est gouvernement qui a dit des pays ça. Monsieur le Député Président, encore comme on dit, the focus is the ordinary man on the street, the often forgotten man. A lot of the times we focus on the man in the upper strata of the economy, those in the middle class, but a lot of the times we forget about the lower class, who are hard-working and honest people, but who sometimes just need the boost. They just need the encouragement to move forward. The personal income tax amendment, like I indicated, it is really a move to changing the tax regime to a more progressive tax regime, where the larger percentage of taxes will come from the higher income earners. And clearly, like I indicated, this is an articulation of a caring government who continues to put people first. And so with that very short presentation, Mr. President, Mr. Deputy President, I want to indicate that I am in full support of the proposal before us. And I do look forward to this government, as they have promised to the people, that as the situations continue to improve, that the tax regime will continue to be improved to ensure that we make the most out of it. And I look forward to the economy and the different aspects, the health sector, the education sector, being improved with the management of the resources that we derive from our country, Mr. Deputy President, because we have to create a situation in this country where it's okay for no matter who you are, that you feel comfortable and you can walk around and feel proud to be from this country that we call St. Lucia. Mr. Deputy President, I want to thank you for the opportunity to lend my support to this bill before us, and like I said, I look forward to its implementation, Mr. Deputy President. I thank you.
Senator Polius.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. I want to join my colleagues in congratulating Senator Jean on your appointment. We look forward to your meaningful exchange, thought-provoking discourse on matters that will be presented, bills tabled in the Senate. So I want to wish you well. Mr. Deputy President, when those who turned up at the polls on July 26th, 2021, and voted the St. Lucia Labour Party into office, they expected nothing that was equivalent to what was offered by the previous administration. They simply wanted better. 2 syllables, better, and more. For better is what they were promised. And it is based on the promise to provide lower tax rates, as outlined in this piece of legislation. And of course, Mr. Deputy President, not to mention, the widespread injections of misinformation and deceit by this government during the campaign that they were elected into office. Mr. Deputy President, Clause 5 of the Income Tax Amendment Bill, and we, on page 1, Clause 5, refers to the removal of a limit of $3,000 placed on the deduction for interest on student loan. And I really like the illustration that the senator provided. It makes logical sense.
Clause 7 of the bill is amended to increase the personal allowance to individuals to 25,000. And we all welcome the intervention. Any effort and any attempt being made by this government to increase disposable income, to cushion the blow, to provide any kind of relief to St. Lucians, that must be applauded. It must be appreciated. It must be. So we're not just, because we are on the opposition, that we oppose every single thing. If it makes sense and if it has merit, we need to be able to say so. We need to be able to say so. However, it begs the question. When we scrutinize the bill, it begs the question. And it goes back to what the senator provided earlier, the illustration. Who benefits? Who benefits or who enjoys the benefits as outlined in this piece of legislation? Those who have a job and who file taxes. If you don't have a job, you have nothing to file. If you're not working, you don't pay taxes, do you? You have nothing to file. We recognize that there are people who might not be employed with the public sector, but they do on their own. It's on their own. They may pay the taxes. They do. But when we look at the number, and you quoted the number earlier, about 14,000? About 14,000, or a little over 14,000. These are the people who will really benefit the most. It's not, it doesn't say for now. It doesn't say for now. We are looking at what is presented before us. It doesn't say for now. So, Mr. Deputy President, we recognize that it is the responsibility of any sitting government. It is the responsibility of any sitting government to provide that kind of support, economic support, relief to the citizens, particularly those who have been adversely affected by unforeseen global phenomena like COVID-19 pandemic, the ongoing war between Ukraine and Russia. And we all know that these have contributed to major issues in the supply chain. It has contributed to inflation. Mr. President, we're not the only ones feeling the pinch. Because when I speak to my international students from Germany, Spain, Portugal, Turkey, just to name a few, they tell me that the prices of goods and services are outrageous in their countries. They pay so much at the pumps. So we recognize that this is a global challenge. It is. However, right here, the people voted a government to do better. And so this is where the expectation is. This is where the expectation lies, that the people of this country deserve better. So while we recognize that this piece of legislation in some way is providing some kind of relief, it is providing some kind of relief, but we recognize that there is need to do a lot better and to make it a little more inclusive. Mr. Deputy President, have to ask myself, why? Why is it that some workers, one specific group of workers, might be paying less taxes, and why not zero taxes? Because this is what this government promised. This is what this government promised during the campaign, and many people bought the idea. They bought it, and based on that, they voted this government. This government promised workers who earned up to $4,000 a month an exemption from tax. So don't talk about an expectation that many people have of this government. You said it, you promised them that you are going to remove VAT, not VAT, sorry, but tax for those persons who earned up to $4,000 a month. So it's not an expectation that they have. You have to be able to fulfill the promise that you made to them. And they expect it. They demand it. And they are clamoring for it. Mr. Deputy President, we are also very much concerned about the large number of St. Lucians excluded from this. The unemployed. There are many who possess the skills. They are employable, but they are jobless. They can't file taxes, can they? What about all those who have lost their jobs due to the economic crisis? We are happy that a lot of them have returned to their jobs. And what about those whose jobs were made redundant by this government out of malice and vindictiveness? Can they really enjoy the reductions in taxes? Of course not, Mr. Deputy President. They have absolutely nothing to file. So at the end of the fiscal year, they have nothing to file. And what about the farmers? The farmers of this country? We have to ask the question. I don't recall that many of them do pay taxes. Perhaps the leader of government business can shed some light on that. I would be really, really happy. It's for my own edification and, of course, the edification of other members in this chamber. Mr. Deputy President, I have been reliably informed that just yesterday, a group of farmers attended a meeting at Lakai, that's the buying depot in Denry, to be told that they should consider growing cocoa. Cocoa. And if supermarkets in the region want bananas, they will be facilitated. Ay, ay, ay. Where is the market? Where is the market that the government promised the farmers? Another bluff, right? You know nothing about cocoa. You know nothing about that. Once the right amount of fertilizer, the implements needed, the conditions are right for bananas to grow and to thrive, the reproductive cycle would be about maybe 5, 6, 7 months. But for a cocoa plant, how long would it take? And what happens in the interim? Where is the relief that we are providing our farmers? Yes, I'm a farmer and I can speak to that. I am a subsistent farmer and I can speak to it. This government promised the farmers, and they made it look like they were going to miraculously transform the banana industry. And they bought it. They bought it. The farmers are crying out. The farmers, I know in many constituencies, are crying out. I hear them all the time in Denry North. And they are asking for what they were promised. Mr. Deputy President, I was hoping that this bill would be accompanied by another piece of legislation that sought to provide economic support and relief to many citizens of this country who are jobless, those who have families to feed, those who have children to send to school. Thank you, Senator, for the illustration, but it only benefits those who work and who pay taxes. Those who pay taxes. There are many who continue to struggle on a daily basis to fulfill these obligations. You know, if that were the case, Mr. Deputy President, I would be the first to put both hands in the air and applaud this government for putting all St. Lucians first. But sadly, Mr. Deputy President, I can't. And if I do, it will only be done partially. To this day, the people of St. Lucia want to know, when will this government honor its word and give them the $1,500 they were promised? Qui joue yo kama de pouli ou sav? Yo kama de pouli. Mwen still ka espere yo $1,600 sala ki parti leba promet nou. Where is it? Where is it? Mr. Deputy President, I do concur that this income tax amendment bill seeks to respond to the plight of some workers. But if we're talking about transforming the entire economy, this is nothing but a drop in the bucket. No, you never told them a little step, a little step, a little tip, a little tip. Nah. That's not what you said to them. So now you want to turn it around. It's only a little drop in the bucket. Particularly at a time when the prices of goods and services have spiraled. At a time when the cost of living has increased. And when workers in this country have received $0 on their wages and salaries. Mr. Deputy President, St. Lucians, at least those who voted the St. Lucia Labour Party, they voted for better. They deserve better. And rather than playing this blame game, give them something better than that. Give them something better than that, not just a few. Christmas is right around the corner. Right around the corner. Give them something better. This is what they demand. So while I do partially support this bill, I am really looking forward to other policies and other legislation that will provide relief to not just a small fraction of this country, of the people of this country, but we're talking about everyone. It's a government of inclusivity, you said? Make it inclusive. This is what we're looking for. I thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, Mr. Deputy President.
Mr. Deputy President, I wish to thank my fellow senators for your warm wishes and your welcome to this august chamber. I want to thank God for taking me through the journey that He is leading me, my family, and I want to recognize my husband who is in the chamber with me today, the several well-wishers, family and friends, my daughter and my son. I still feel a void that someone who I know would be very proud to see me here today is not here physically, but I believe that he is looking down on me with full pride. Mr. Deputy President, I want to thank the Prime Minister for the confidence that he has placed in me in recommending my appointment to this Senate, and to pledge to serve the people of St. Lucia with objectivity, evidence-based analysis to the debates that are before us, and to ensure that our country gets the best. And that is competitiveness, economic, social, and national development. I also want to join the members here in recognizing cancer, this month being Cancer Awareness Month. I am a cancer survivor, a breast cancer survivor, having been diagnosed in 2018, and I continue to receive treatment for cancer. But I want to say to especially my fellow women out there that breast cancer or cancer in general is not a death sentence. It can be treated, but it is more important if you can prevent it. So your early mammogram screening or whatever other screenings that are required or have been requested by the doctors, please seek to pursue it. We cannot treat cancer simply as a month of awareness if we don't do practical things to work towards reducing the incidence of cancer. I want to applaud the efforts of the St. Lucia Cancer Society, Faces of Cancer, and all other organizations that are involved in research or in the fight against cancer. Mr. Deputy President, I rise to support the bill that is before us, or which is the amendment to the income tax bill. I note that in the Governor General's throne speech of March 29, 2022, and I quote, "My government during this Parliament will reform the income tax system to allow for easier collection and payment of taxes. The disposable income of the lower income taxpayer will be increased through the granting of higher allowances, and the current burdensome imposition of interest and penalties on outstanding taxes will be reviewed," unquote. Mr. Deputy President, when I look at the bill, having gone through the tax system for many years and still going through it, I see benefits for all. I cannot understand how we can see benefits just for a few. The promise in the throne speech by the Governor General was to provide reprieve for low-income earners. And that, to my mind, is what is being delivered by the amendment to the income tax bill. So if we take the first step, approximately 14,000 income earners will pay absolutely no tax, because earners who are receiving a salary now of $18,000, we know personal allowance is $18,000 right now, and there is a limit of the lower limit of $400 for medical allowance. So anybody who earns $18,400 right now does not pay tax. Based on the amendment, income earners of $25,000 a year will not be paying tax because the personal allowance will be increased to $25,000. So to me, that's a no-brainer. There are people who will not pay tax. But we should not be concentrating only on the people who would not pay tax, because every single income earner, regardless of your salary, will now benefit from an increased personal allowance from $18,000 to $25,000. So as small as the reduction would be, there would still be a benefit. But we should not concentrate only on the $25,000 personal allowance, Mr. Deputy President, because there is also the removal of the $18,000 limit on mortgage interest. So even persons who have mortgages are going to benefit, because sometimes when you look at your mortgage, if you take a mortgage of say $300,000, when you look at your interest, you're paying $20,000 to $30,000 in interest for the year. And so these individuals must also be included in the list of benefactors through this new amendment. Another set of people that we have to remember are the students who usually are taking the very first and biggest loan of their life to go out to study. And they return, and some of them who do not start paying the student loan while they are studying, they are accumulating interest in the banks. This legislation allows for the removal of the limit of $3,000 on student loan interest. Tell me, Mr. Deputy President, whether that is a benefit or not. Mr. President, what I see from this bill is that it allows for employment generation. So we cannot just say that it is only for people who are working. Because if one has more disposable income, you would most likely want to hire somebody, maybe the gardener, to do the little weed eater, weed whacker in front of your house. You may now want to hire a little housekeeper to come and give you some help. You may want to run down and bring your car for a car washer rather than doing it yourself, because you have more disposable income in your hand. You will want to go to the hairdresser and put a little braids or put a little something in your hair. You will want to go by the market, give the vendors, buy a little more from them, maybe change your diet, from chicken to fish, so the fishers are going to benefit. Avoid cancer. The men will want to go to the barber rather than try and do it themselves. And so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we cannot have a myopic view where there is a reduction in taxes that it will only benefit the working class. The working class will increase the working class. And in economics, there will be a ripple effect in our economy. Mr. Speaker, I heard Deputy President, I heard a cry that the country deserves better. And I must agree with that. Must agree with that. Mr. Deputy President, on the 27th of July, 2021, I saw better. The air that I breathed was better. And then, as I listen, I'm hearing facilities fees to children, housing improvement, pensioners receiving a little increase in a stipend, salary increases to civil servants, laptops to children, payment of CXC maths and English, reinstatement of the distress fund, now buyouts without VAT. Isn't that better? Mr. Deputy President, piti en piti, mais nous pas jouer better. The next question I heard is, who benefits? And I am really trying to rack my mind because my learned friend on the other side indicated that her students are telling her about the global challenges in Germany and Poland and these places. And you're looking for St. Lucia on the world map against these countries. Yeah? And we do not expect them to not expect us to have the challenges that they're facing. Mr. Deputy President, the global challenges impact us here. We don't have oil. We don't have gold. We don't have nuclear energy. We don't have... What we have is what, according to, is it chalk dust? Seawater and sand. Okay? But it is expected that in St. Lucia we are supposed to make miracles. Okay? Now, Mr. Speaker, I believe that there are miracles. Because what I have seen so far over the last year is that we have a Prime Minister in the person of Honorable Philip Joseph Pierre, the man from the East where I came from, the wise man, and I liken him to Moses.
Wisdom.
To Moses, who took us out of Egypt of the 2016 to 2021 period. That was Egypt, Mr. Deputy President, because we had plagues. We had the plagues of all the monies that were squandered. We had the plagues of unfinished projects. We had the plagues of St. Jude, Uranoa International Airport, Rodney Bay Development Road, I don't know what this is, corruption, COVID vaccine money, money borrowed for COVID to give to the people of St. Lucia that never reached us. Who here there, who doing this there, who doing that there. Chaos in the entire public service. Talk to the public officers and you will hear. No leadership at all. Derailed the country. And then someone comes and he takes us through the Red Sea.
The Pharaoh period.
He takes us
Out of Pharaoh.
through the Red Sea.
Away from Pharaoh.
The Red Sea has parted, and we are now on our way to the Promised Land. But Mr. Deputy President, the story goes a little further. Like Moses, Mr. Deputy President, our Moses is getting water from a rock for us. And we should not be like the children of Israel by being impatient, complainers, but look forward to what he has already demonstrated over the last year, that he can bring us the tranquility, the benefits to the people of St. Lucia, because he has shown it already that he's able to do it without the Madi Puete that we used to see. As a public officer, Mr. Deputy President, I know that usually after a budget, the House of Assembly comes and borrows to finance the budget. The budget was completed, I believe, in April. We're in October. We have not seen many money bills, not much borrowing, up to October, and I myself have been wondering how the government is doing it. But what I am seeing is prudence, proper fiscal discipline, reduction in corruption, and I hope that it will be completely eliminated. Because, Mr. Speaker, if there's one thing I believe that God will punish severely, is people who take from the poor. And when there is corruption in government, the money that is taken, Mr. Deputy President, is the money from our children and our grandchildren. That is the money that is being stolen. Money from the vendors by the market. The people who dare, the weaver-dares who are trying to send their children to school. But they would have to come back and pay all of these heavy taxes because of money that has been misdirected to friends, to family, to whoever else, and not to the right people. This is what this tax amendment is trying to do. But we must understand that Rome was not built in a day. And I believe that as we progress under a stable political environment, that we are going to see much more benefit from the taxes, the tax regime, and other benefits that we will spill out into the economy. So, Mr. Deputy President, I believe that this bill is a representation of the promise delivered in putting people first. I believe it is an attempt to cause greater disposable income to be in the hands of our income earners, so that they themselves can create employment, we need to stop being myopic. Let's not look just at the tree, but let's look at the forest. We must have an all-encompassing and strategic view to the changes that we are making in our legislative regime to see that it benefits our country at a social, economic, and national development level. Thank you, Mr. Deputy President.
Senator Fede.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I just want to offer some very brief comments on this bill that is before us today. Mr. President, I heard many senators suggest that this is the first step in a broader policy by the St. Lucia Labour Party to deliver on their promises. Mr. President, it's a very sad day for me to sit down and listen to that. Because you know why? I sat in the previous cabinet. This bill came from the ECCB, where all the member countries in the ECCB had to consider legislation that was generated there for the sub-regional grouping to see how they can simplify the tax codes of the member states of the ECCB union. And so we contemplated the bill. We look at the merits and demerits. We were very concerned about a lot of things of which I will mention later. But I will start off by saying that it is an untruth. It is not a fact that this is a Labour Party policy. This was generated from the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. So please don't say that again. That's actually very shameful and misleading to the people of St. Lucia. So if we're going to debate, let's debate facts and truths, and let's make sure that we're being honest with the people of St. Lucia at all times. So to suggest that this is a Labour Party generated policy, it's not true. The government of St. Lucia is the last government in the Eastern Caribbean to implement this legislation. Long ago, all the other members have implemented it. So this has been a bill that has been around for a very long time, being discussed, being researched. This is not a Labour Party generated bill. We sat in cabinet, we went through this, and we were very concerned about the impact that this was going to have on the people that you are forgetting to mention. The people that are going to be worst off, the thousands of St. Lucians, and now that will now confront a higher tax rate. And so I would have appreciated a very truthful and balanced argument that while you want to say that 14,000 people over are going to benefit, then that's a great thing. But however, you have to also tell the truth that there are also going to be thousands of taxpayers who will be disadvantaged. And that is what the research, thousands will be disadvantaged. And that is clear from the research that has come from the department.
Point of order. The member is...
So just hold on. Let me acknowledge you.
Yes, sorry.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise on a point of order. The Honourable Member of Leader of Opposition Business is grossly misleading the House on two counts. One, indicating that the policy that we have outlined is not that of this government, and the member before me actually quoted the policy statement made in the throne speech. And how could that not be policy? And secondly, he has just indicated that thousands of taxpayers are going to be affected. In my deliberations, I particularly referred to 168 specific coming from the Economic Development Ministry, the persons who will be affected by that change. So to suggest that it's thousands of St. Lucian is grossly misleading, and I want to remind the member that I, standing here to present the bill, gave that a specific number to ensure that we knew. I gave the amount, the 14 million that will be lost, and the 168 persons. So to stand here and mention thousands of St. Lucians, Mr. Deputy, is grossly misleading. The member should withdraw the statement that he just made and desist from going down that road.
With regard to, well, you've raised two issues. With regard to the policy and whether it's a policy of the Labour Party or not, I believe both of you have a point to some extent. Clearly it is a Labour Party policy because you've brought it to the Parliament, and therefore this is activation of that policy. So on that point I can understand that. I believe what the Honourable Senator was trying to say, though, was that it may not have originated with the Labour Party. But the fact is, no, that's what he did say. It did not originate. He may have exaggerated a little bit by saying it's not your policy, but I think we understand what he's trying to say. With regard to the issue of the numbers, you did say that it was 168 persons who would be affected by increased taxes. I would like, however, to sort of hear where the Senator is developing his arguments. So, and his source if he has one.
So, Mr. President, let's deal with the first one. The throne speech. A Governor General comes in when the government changes and meets a slew of policies. And governments transition, and they may choose to adopt some or to discount some. And so therefore, I mean, the government did not discontinue the policy on e-books. On e-government, for example, which was going on, e-government. The government did not discontinue the policy on the 7-crop project in the agricultural sector. The government did not discontinue the policy of village tourism. You call it community tourism, fine, you change the name. But in your throne speech, the Governor General would have mentioned a lot of things that are already ongoing, policies that you meet that are there, some of them 20 years that you're developing. So to suggest that because it was mentioned by your colleague, it came from the throne speech, that's weak. That's weak. Let's try something else. On the matter of, and this is why in the standing orders it says that ministers are the ones that need to get documents to substantiate. My information is when we contemplated this same legislation to simplify the tax code, it was thousands of St. Lucians that was presented to us by the Ministry of Finance. If you amended it, then say that you amended it. But I'm not here trying to mislead anybody. I have nothing to gain from doing that. I'm here to simply let you know where I disagree. So basically, Mr. President, it is misleading to say that the idea, if he wants me to use the word originated from the Labour Party, this legislation was developed, this is OECS legislation, this is not yours. It didn't come from you. It is an OECS regional process, and you must accept that, okay? Now, so whether you want to say it's over 100 or whether you want to say it's...
I think you should move on from that point. Let's continue.
I am moving on.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So,
you have a point about it? Okay. Mr. President, I expected to be interrupted many times today. So it's
I would suggest that you take advantage of your time and move on.
So, Mr. President, the truth is that we had great concerns because by going this route, what you're doing, it is going to have implications, whether positive or negative, on student loans, on deductibles like mortgages, on people with dependables. The fact of the matter is there are going to be some people who are going to be affected negatively, right, as the government comes into the House and introduce this policy. So that is the number that the government has been casting aside. Now, my colleague is absolutely right. My colleague is absolutely right. There is no escaping from job creation. This does not do anything better for the people who are below the tax threshold. This does not do anything better for people who are unemployed. It doesn't mean anything to any of those individuals. And so, by coming here to the House, does not take away the responsibility from the government that you must create jobs, that you must grow the economy, that you must get away from your obsession with Alan Shastney and Dominic Fede and Herod and Farah and UWP. You have now been in government for at least almost a year and a half. It is now your turn to rule this country, govern this country, and provide better opportunities for the people of St. Lucia. But more on that later. Now, this government is also characterized with a number of broken tax promises. And every time we debate taxes, I will remind you, because, Mr. President, you see, on a daily basis, when I meet the people of St. Lucia, the common man on the street, in the supermarkets, in gas stations, at churches, you know what they say, Mr. President? Where is the income tax that this government promised? They said that $4,000 a month, that if you make that money, that you will not have to pay any taxes. Where is that? What's the plan? What's the update? You owe it to the people to tell them, when are you going to actually implement this program? So people are waiting. We were told that in 100 days, the income tax refunds below $5,000, that they were going to actually institute this for the people of St. Lucia. It's been what, 400 days that you have been there? No refunds except those that you gave at $500. So instead of $5,000, you give $500. So you give 10% of what you promised to give in 100 days, but you take 400% of the time. This is how untrustworthy this administration is, Mr. President. You just cannot rely on anything they promise you. It's all politics. All of the words that they say, it's all political, and it is nothing that is solid to govern this country. They also promise that in a time of economic hardship, now we had COVID then, now we have COVID plus the inflation problem. And it was well articulated by the speaker before me, the global situation that is no doubt having a very strong impact on the local citizenry. They said that $500 wasn't enough, and they were going to give, they said, income support of $1,500. When confronted on the Andre Paul show, the Prime Minister said he never said it, until the following day that the tape emerged that the Prime Minister did say he was going to triple the income support by $1,500 to the workers of this country. Many people voted on that basis that the St. Lucia Labour Party administration was going to give them this $1,500 in income support. The cruise ship season was the worst we have seen in 20 years. Not a single ship in the summer, right? Between the summer months when we used to have Wednesdays, Thursdays. Those vendors, those taxi drivers who are unregistered, who don't have NIC, who were getting some income support under the United Workers' Party regime, there's zero income support to these individuals, right? Yes, COVID again. First it was COVID. Now it's the Ukraine war. Then it's the rain. They can't fix the roads in the wind. Excuses, excuses, excuses. Mr. President, excise tax for the fishermen was also promised. Where is it? Where is the excise tax that you promised the fishermen of this country? And if I am passionate about it, it's because I have many friends from ancillary canneries, Roseau, from Marigot, within the fishing industry. and they talk to me on a daily basis about these issues. Where is the promise from the government in the election for the fishermen all throughout St. Lucia? You have failed the people with your empty promises. So now, Mr. President, there is no escaping from economic growth. It is time that this government, to get us out of the fiscal situation that we're in, to come up and articulate a comprehensive plan to create jobs, to create opportunity, to raise revenue, so that we can repair the fiscal damage caused by COVID. They like to blame UWP, but they don't like to accept that the pandemic had a debilitating effect. Now, I heard my learned friend, the leader of government business, Mr. President, spoke about taxes. In the beginning of his presentation, he said that the UWP cost the country $52 million. It was a mistake by reducing VAT. Okay? In our attempt to give the people of St. Lucia some relief from the pain of VAT. Now, what he said now is that this policy, which will cost the Treasury $14 million, is a good policy. So when UWP reduces the tax, it's not a good tax. But when the Labour Party reduces the tax, it's a good policy. The government is not losing any taxes. And so you see, Mr. President, clearly what we see is a voice, a party of many contradictions. A party that likes to say, we are holier than thou. And I heard the good senator spoke about corruption. Look at some of the characters in this cabinet, Mr. President. I mean, you are now sitting here today, Mr. President, as a direct result of the type of people that the Labour Party associates itself with. And so they are a party of contradictions. I still cannot understand what is it they're trying to say, what is it they stand for, because on one end of their mouth, they say something. On the other end of their mouth, they say another thing. So basically, I can't follow them. It's very, very hard to follow. Now, back to the revenue conversation. Because I'll tell you this.
Senator Reynolds?
I'll tell you this.
Senator Reynolds?
Mr. President, I think I need to ask, on the point of order, I need to ask you to ask Senator Feely to clarify that statement that you are sitting in this chair because of the character that the Labour Party associates itself with. I think we need to have Senator Feely explain this statement and explain it clearly to us. Thank you.
Well, that's not a point of order, so please move on. Please move on.
I mean, if you wish, Senator, I can explain.
I said please move on, not explain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. You see, it's always very difficult to accept the truth, but we leave that for another show. So Mr. President, move on now. You want me to move on? You want me to move on? So Mr. President, my learned friend, the leader of government business, talks about tax revenue. And he says that the UWP administration would have cost the government coffers $52 million. Now, I love this book. I bring it with me every single day I come to this house. It's called the Social Economic Review. And this is the latest copy that we would have all received. It's been made a document of the house. But I bring extra copies for the members on the opposite side so that they can follow me. Now, in his statement, he excoriated the UWP for reducing VAT. Now, I want to tell him in the very year that the tax went down, we did not lose $52 million. You see, economics is a science that requires a great level of comprehension. And so, a tax initiative in isolation, you cannot debate one tax measure in isolation of another. That's being myopic, and I heard the senator use that word. Now, while we reduce VAT, you would note, Mr. President, that we also increased the airport development tax. So there's a 35 airport development tax, which didn't exist, $35 per passenger. Then we also increased $38, which went straight to the government coffers. So the $38 per passenger increased the departure taxes from $25 to $63 per passenger. It allowed the government to raise some 79 million EC dollars based on the arrival figures of that year. It was, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, our intention then was to ensure that taxation on any rise in taxes does not hit the vulnerable people of this country. And so when you are going to implement a 15% VAT on tuna fish, on basic commodities that the poorest of the poor require, right? Basic commodities, everyday commodities, it means that you're an uncaring government. And that's what you all did. You all implemented VAT on very basic necessities.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Yeah.
Mr. President, once again, the member has just made a statement that is misleading to this House. Tuna fish, he's using an example and I want to refer to it. It's not vatable. He knows that it's on the list of exempted items. And he used it as saying that there's 15% on tuna fish. Mr. President, these are simple statements. They sound simple, but the intention here is to grossly mislead. If you're going to use an example of a commodity that is vatted, use one. But to come here and tell us that there was 15% on tuna fish is wrong. It's a lie, Mr. President. It's not true. And that's happening over and over. All of us know the list of vatable and non-vatable items, those that are VAT exempt, have been mentioned and called out in this honorable House and chamber many times, and tuna fish is not one of them. The member needs to correct that.
Yeah, Honorable Senator, if you have the VAT schedule and you can... Yeah, but I think you should probably just move, again, just withdraw that and move on.
Yeah. So Mr. President, while my colleague, who is very passionate today, doesn't have the schedule to highlight what is actually happening with the list of vatable items, in the interest of truth,
Mr. President,
I will take his word for it, and I will say it is perhaps a mistake on my part, and I'm willing to take it back. However, the point remains that with the implementation of VAT on household consumables, and I don't have the schedule now, you can split hairs, because that's what the Labour Party does. It's not a 3-day pass, it's a 5-day pass, you know, that kind of stuff. That's what you all do. So now, Mr. President, we're back to, I don't want him to get distracted. I want him to remain on the argument. And the principle of the argument is this, okay, is that VAT at a rate of 15% in the first go was oppressive to the poor people of this country. And that's the point. That's what I'm making to you. And so the UWP had a great level of sensitivity to those issues, because what we saw while we were in opposition was that people were losing their businesses, losing their jobs. We saw a contraction of the economy. In fact, when VAT was implemented, the economy, Mr. President, went in reverse. It actually went, you could look at the figures, negative growth. And that is that simple policy. We saw a significant spike in the price of household commodities in St. Lucia. So that is a fact. You ask the people of St. Lucia whether the leader of government business has excuses or not. They will tell you, Mr. President, that that was a fact. But this is what happened to government revenue. And I want to make this point. Government revenue in 2015-2016 financial year was $934 million, $934.4 million.
That's revenue.
In the year, tax revenue, not total revenue of grants. And in the year 2018-2019, was that the year we reduced VAT?
2018. Yep.
It went up, Mr. President, to $1,036,800,000. An increase, Mr. President, by over 102 million. Over 10% increase in the total revenues of this country. So when you guys come and you speak, I listen, because you never, honorable senators, I know you like people to bow to you, honorable senators. So 102 million in new tax revenue.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I want to take my time about this.
Disrespect.
The standing orders specifically refer to the language by which, or the way we should refer to each other in this Honorable Senate. The member just referred to us as you guys, and I uttered that is incorrect. But instead of just acknowledging that he should have referred to us by name, as the standing orders require, he then refers to me as someone who wants people to bow to. Mr. President, I think this is grossly offensive. This is disrespectful to me as a member of the Senate. It is insinuating something that is completely outside of my character. And I cannot sit here and allow the member to refer to me in this way. This is utterly disrespectful to another member. And I think you've been very gracious. I understand the spirit in which we debate. But when a member imputes that upon another member, I think it's just going too far. And it's unacceptable in the Senate, Mr. Deputy. So the member needs to apologize, please, and withdraw this. And also, I want to draw your attention to the standing orders also, Mr. President. 37.3.
Let's deal with the person, unless it's related directly to this.
It is related, because it speaks to the contents of your speech, 37.1. By discussing me wanting people to bow to me, that has nothing to do with the contents of this debate. And it should stick to the issue in front of us, which is the Income Tax Amendment Bill. My posture has nothing to do with the Income Tax Amendment Bill, Mr. President. So I submit these two observations for your consideration.
Thank you, Honorable Leader of Government Business. I would like just again, and I'm making this to all members of the House, we are to conduct, hello, please, I'm speaking, thank you. We are to conduct ourselves in a courteous manner. I do agree that the language was a little bit strong on the part of Honorable Senator Fede. He has withdrawn it, am I correct? And so therefore I'd admonish us all again to remember that we are all senators and we have to treat each other equally with respect. Thank you. Can you move on?
Mr. Speaker, you see, the Honorable Senator should not take offense. But again, he would like to reduce this debate to splitting at hairs. It is very acceptable in our community to refer to someone as you guys, but you don't want to take offense. You want to take offense by someone referring to you guys. If it did not mean so much to you, you would not insist. That's my point. So anyway, we're moving on. So 102 million in new taxes that the United Workers' Party raised in that period, that really leaves you with no moral authority to talk about raising the revenues of the taxes, because the VAT reduction was not done in isolation. The VAT reduction was a very comprehensive and overall strategy to look at the revenues to see where you can reduce the impact on the most vulnerable people within our community. And so this is very, very clear. The numbers don't support your argument that the UWP actually lost money. We may have in one area, but we made it up in areas like implementing the gas tax, which, for example, raised in a good year $30 million. So I would just like to say, Mr. President, to the members opposite, that the records are very, very clear to show that the revenue is actually raised under the United Workers' Party. But you know why it did so? You know why it did so? It did so because the economy continued to grow. And so, by growing the economy, we had a knock-on effect in terms of more people being employed. We had an increase in the amount of income tax that people pay. We had an increase in the amount of VAT that people pay, even at a lower rate. So while you said it was 52 million, but if I took VAT as a tax or as an item that year, we did not lose $52 million. That's grossly incorrect. In fact, that was the projection by the St. Lucia Labour Party, but the actual, when the tax actually, the measure was implemented, the social economic review shows totally different. And so therefore, the Labour Party has got this wrong. Their predictions are wrong. Their declarations are wrong. Their policies are wrong. And their government is wrong. Up to now, we fail to see any real strategy to grow this economy. Up to now, we have not heard anything from the Labour Party to take us out of where we're at. They come here and they split hairs. They talk about what you should address them by, rather than coming with real, concrete solutions to affect change, to grow the economy, to generate jobs, to generate opportunity, to create lower taxes for everyone. That is the problem that we have. Your solutions to the problems that we face are small solutions. You are a piecemeal government without a plan, and that is the fact. And so you coming here today to say that this is your policy is a drowning government clutching at straws. And that's why you have to squeeze, because you know you're in a PR slump. And that's why you came here to say that this is your original idea. It is not your original idea. You are only dancing around this issue, Mr. President. They're only dancing around this issue. And Mr. President, I am unfortunately saddened by what I have seen here today. And so the member, the new senator, said Moses brought the people out of Egypt and crossed the Red Sea. But what she forgot to tell us is that Moses, Mr. President, took the people around the mountain for 40 years in the wilderness with very passive and unsuccessful leadership. But I'm going to tell you, through you, I'm going to tell them, Mr. President, a Joshua is coming soon that will march around the walls of Jericho and will take the people to the promised land. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Aziz.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. A few thoughts before I share a few comments on the bill before the Senate right now. And let me compliment you, Mr. Deputy President, on giving a good showing of yourself as you manage the passionate exchanges in the Senate today. Let me also extend condolences to the royal family, extend congratulations and a warm welcome to Senator Jha, and stand in solidarity with the families and friends of those families and persons who are battling the scourge of cancer and who are, in one way or another, perhaps have lost a loved one to the disease. I often wish that there would be enough global attention and mobilization of resources to cure cancer as aggressively as we mobilized to get vaccines for COVID-19. Mr. Deputy President, as I move into a few aspects of the Income Tax Amendment Bill, I'd like to begin by saying, quite simply, every bit counts. The bill that is before us clearly benefits public servants as well as employees in the private sector. Whether it is tourism, whether it is manufacturing, regardless of which sector, retail, 14,000 employees or persons who will benefit from this means that they're going to straddle multiple sectors. And for the private sector, Mr. Deputy President, that is a welcome reprieve. I look at those 14,000 plus individuals, and my mind moves towards their families. And apart from the immediate benefits to them, what benefits will redound to the households of these employees? If those households are small, it'll be 14,000 times 2. If it's larger, it might be 14,000 times 3, indirectly benefiting from these proposed amendments in the income tax bill. One of the greatest benefits to my mind that these families are going to enjoy is the benefit of choice. They now have the choice to apply those gains in multiple ways, and the good senators before me today have shared very, very eloquently what some of those applications could be as these families now stand to enjoy a bit more disposable income. But choice is a very cherished commodity in this day and age. And coming out of the grueling pandemic and then into other global issues, we feel as a small island developing state sometimes like flotsam and jetsam, just tossed about on the merciless waves of global economics. And so wherever we can do right by our people, as small as it is, we need to do right by our people. And the private sector understands the challenges and the issues, or rather the liberties of choice, because inflation hits investors too. And it has triggered a significant increase in the cost of operations, making it very difficult to manage competitively and profitably as we compete with partners globally. But then these choices now and the pressure to make more informed, effective choices is unlocking creativity among our people, innovation among our people. And how is this manifesting? You look around and you see so many more micro businesses out there. People are struggling, they're tapping their creativity to find alternative ways of generating additional revenue for their homes and their families. Even within the private sector, the SLHTA has boasted a number of times that trying to address these challenges of our workforce is what has inspired our creation of a group medical insurance that allows our employees to access a world of benefits for a token sum on a monthly basis. And as a private sector, these are some of the things that we are doing to address the unholy issues that affect us with healthcare, and some of the births that are, some of the ideas, the creativity that is birthed as a result of these global pressures. I'm hoping too that at a domestic level, that creativity is going to raise the tide generally as we find young people unlocking a lot of digital ideas and a lot of technological applications to creating solutions and solving some of the issues that we are challenged with, not only as a private sector, but as a people, as a nation collectively. One of the terms that I hear bandied about that creates discomfort within me is the term of working poor. It's a ghastly term to my mind, a disempowering, almost stifling concept that, notwithstanding all the global pressures and notwithstanding the social issues that we battle with as a small island developing state, which are unique to us, that once you get a job, the realities of having to juggle those bills cause you to be categorized as a working poor. And if our policies are overly focused on trying to ameliorate the issues of the working poor, we have to ensure that we don't get caught up in doing only that. Because that will create a cycle that we're going to be enslaved by for decades to come. I've said it before, that as we debate the value and importance of jobs, as we debate the value and importance of social programs, the fact of the matter is that as we move from good to great, there are things that need to be done right now. And what is proposed in the income tax bill helps to address those issues right now as we struggle to grow our economy, recover properly as a tourism industry, and all other sectors aligned to tourism, and as we try to encourage more micro and small businesses. But you know, Mr. Deputy President, these gains that will be had from what is proposed in these amendments can be undone by some of the bureaucracies which continue to stifle and stagnate micro-entrepreneurship and the interests in small business development in the country. And I speak about the bureaucracies that challenge small businesses to access grants and low-interest loan facilities. We have discussed it in the past, and it is important for me to raise the issue again, because you see, in and of itself, these amendments, agreed, will not address the issues in a sustainable manner. And so as we move to try to generate wealth in our communities, as we try to distance ourselves from the concept of the working poor, it is important that we complement these amendments by a more liberal access policies to these millions of dollars which are tied up, sitting there under the governance of state agencies, which should be accessible more easily by small businesses, micro businesses, and unemployed persons desperate to make a contribution to the economic engine. There's an economist, Robert Frank, who says, our beliefs about human nature helps shape human nature. And as policymakers, we have to be careful what beliefs about people we focus on. And I believe our attention needs to be more tailored towards the potential of our people. And it needs to be tailored towards confidence in our people that they can grow their wealth, they can manage their wealth, and they can become effective economic citizens in our country. That in itself will ease the demand on the social programs. And I take this opportunity to really commend the government for its slate of social programs and its commitment to certain policies which have the potential to continue to support our people. I won't get into them. The list is quite lengthy, the social programs under this current administration. But I also applaud the vision on projects such as the community, the village tourism initiative, which metamorphosed into the community tourism initiative. But what I'm saying is that good things must stay on the table at all times, irrespective of our political biases. I too have heard the promise of more sweeping reform, and I look forward, Mr. Deputy President, to more sweeping reform of our income tax later on down the line. The idea of generating government revenues through consumption is a very interesting idea, but the notion that with more disposable income, people can spend and make their choices more freely, and which hopefully will in turn raise the coffers in terms of VAT collections and other consumption taxes, I believe has merit and is an issue that is very debatable, right? And is something that we should be looking into. So, Mr. President, Mr. Deputy President, with those few words, I wish to add my voice to supporting the amendments as proposed in this bill. Thank you.
Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy President. I rise at this point to make my contribution to the amendments put forward on the tax reform bill. And I want to congratulate my colleague Senator on her maiden presentation. I think, well done. She understands what the government is doing, is trying to put forward to the people of this country. And I hope and pray that doesn't lighten the minds of our colleagues on the other side. As it pertains to the awareness, that's why we wear the pink, Mr. Vice President, I want to encourage our women and men to engage in breast examinations at the wellness centers. The facilities are there, the nurses are there, or also at the private doctors. It's a monthly breast exam, regular breast exam, or mammogram on a yearly basis, especially if advised to do so by the private doctor or the doctor at the health centers. I want to implore the women and men of this country to be vigilant with their health. I want to encourage us all to do what is necessary to prevent cancer, and not only breast cancer, but cancer generally, by eating healthy, the fruits and vegetables, by the daily exercise, by reducing the intake of alcohol and exposure to tobacco. We need to do what is necessary to keep ourselves healthy and to have healthy management skills. And I want to encourage or applaud the government, because I see the government is moving quickly to continue in universal health care, and that is to look at healthcare financing to deal with the cancer situation as it impacts the people of this country. So I wish the Ministry of Health all the best as they try very quickly to implement that aspect of universal health care, which is healthcare financing, to deal with the cancer situation in this country. And likewise, I want to congratulate the Cancer Society and Faces of Cancer for the great work that they continue to do with the people of this country. Mr. President, I heard that the people of this country voted for the St. Lucia Labour Party because they wanted better. They are getting better. With the scraps that were found in the bottom of the pan, they are still getting better. And with the amendments proposed, Mr. Vice President, like it has been said before, everyone gets a bit. In fact, it will even encourage people to file, because sometimes people try to dodge because they're just afraid of what's going to be for them. But now, seeing that there's ease here and there for some people, we might even encourage some people to go file the taxes on a yearly basis. Young men and women who are just out of that amount of $25,000 a year, they can get a little bit to save. I don't need to tell you what they can do with the extra that they get to save, because my colleague senator has mentioned. But they can enjoy some little benefits. The single parent household, every cent counts. The unemployed young person who just graduated from SAAFA, whatever benefit comes, whatever extra comes to the household can be to their own benefit as well, even if they are not employed as yet. And so the government gives a little at a time. Mr. Vice President, I want to encourage the members opposite to take a little trip to the cinema and to get to see the movie The Woman King. Buy a little popcorn and go inside there and sit down there and watch this movie. And I'll tell you why. Mr. President, I don't know whether you've seen it, but you see, anything that pertains to slavery, anything that pertains to putting people in bondage, anything that pertains to reducing the lifestyle of people and depressing and stressing people, I like to look at where it all started and to remind us here what happened back then. And stay with me, Mr. Vice President. In the movie, when we look at the Home people, the community, where the Europeans, the foreigners, came in and offered weapons to them in return for slaves. They wanted to buy slaves, so they gave the people in the Home weapons, and they went into different tribes to take them as prisoners and to sell them. We must remember that. When we seek to empower our people and to work for people, we must remember where our forefathers came from. You see, Mr. President, when I traveled to Kenya, they asked me which tribe I belong to. And our own one tribe we have in St. Lucia is St. Lucians. We all belong to that one tribe. So I was very proud to see that. The promises made to them by the foreigners or the slavers made them take their own people, regardless of whatever tribe, as prisoners. They came and they dismantled the kingdoms that they found in Africa at the time. They lived large. There was gold, there was diamond, there was precious jewels. There were lives and livelihoods affected by slavery. And the female soldiers, they fought the OG, they fought hard. And then we come here. However, we found ourselves here in St. Lucia, on this 238 square mile rock. We gained independence. We're striving to live in this country. And then comes a government who started taking, almost like back in the Dahomey village, started taking meat processing facility, 1,000 square foot of agricultural land down in View Fort, plus cattle, livelihoods lost, destroying history and culture, Radio St. Lucia, destroying buildings at St. Jude Hospital site, and building a box. Dismantling the printery, the fish marketing corporation, the landing sites, agro-processing, you name it. Just dismantling and dismantling, just like the foreigners did in that movie, back in the homey village. Taking away the laptop program, taking away the distrust fund, taking away from National Trust to preserve our own heritage. Taking and taking and taking. Taking responsibility out of public servants to do our own budget and paying a group to do it instead. Just taking and dismantling like was done years ago back in Africa. Almost lost our identity. And you see, I expect some people not to understand it. That's why I tell them to go to see that movie. You must. You must. It is based on what actually happened in Africa in that village. Almost took away our St. Lucianness. Je ne Creole, the language, the freedom to assemble right out there outside the Parliament building. It was cordoned off. And Mr. Vice President, De La Rose, Marguerite, Emancipation Day, these things became replaced with horse racing, a grand ball, people wearing fascinators and long dresses, because all of a sudden we have turned into Europeans, aristocrats in our own country. We were asked to change Vieux-Fort from ghetto to the pearl of the Caribbean. Vieux-Fort is not a ghetto, Mr. President. We, the people of this country, lost so much. I put myself in it because I did lose. Gradually, Mr. Vice President, this government is giving back. Gradually, this government is building back. Gradually helping St. Lucians begin to appreciate our own identity again. Because we almost saw ourselves as second-class citizens by the color of our skin in this country. I can tell you, Mr. President, I had to find myself in the motherland for two months to begin to understand and wrap my head around what was going on in this country. And I came back, Mr. President, with one intention, and that is to fight back for this country to become again a strong and patriotic St. Lucian in my country. Because that was slowly disappearing. We are giving back to the people, the culture. And you saw it just Monday, La Fête La Marguerite. You saw it in August, Fête La Rose. We saw it for emancipation. We saw what is happening gradually. And you see the government attempting to give back to the people of this country. And it's here in the tax amendment bill here today. Little as it is. The 7.2 million towards the youth economy. The 500,000 towards the CMOS sector. The 500 towards the pensioners. Subsidizing in cooking gas. You can see it every day. Facilities is paid. And as the colleague senator said, doing right by our people. And so, Mr. Vice President, I want to remind this House, I want to remind my colleague senators, at the end of the day, we always must remember why governments are formed. It is to help the people. It is for the people. It is by the people. And for us to stop the politicking and to recognize where we came from, where we are today, and where we are going. And I am confident, Mr. Deputy President, that our Prime Minister has the people, and his cabinet, has the people of this country at heart. In every decision that he makes, it is about the people. Whether it be taxes or social programs or even entertainment, it is about the people. And I want us, Mr. Vice President, not to lose focus, but to embrace as little as it is, one block at a time. Embrace. Because they were told we're going to get VAT completely gone. You remember, Mr. President? Zero VAT. They're going to sign out. They had the paper on the desk that they're going to sign reduction in the petroleum deal. All of that was promised. A lot of things were promised. And now, I wonder where they were. When all those promises were being made and not being fulfilled, why were they not saying in the cabinet room to the leader that you promised and so you must deliver? Nobody has to say that to the Prime Minister right now. No minister has to say it to him. He is delivering, and deliver he shall continue. So I give my fullest endorsement to this amendment to the bill. And I say there is more to come. I thank you, Mr. President.
Maybe a lesson in St. Lucia history.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. I first of all want to thank all colleague senators who've contributed to this discussion on the bill.
Let me just take the time, just to remind us all, please, to put our phones off so it doesn't get picked up on the mics. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we can pardon on unplanned interruptions like these, but earlier on I couldn't overlook some. Yeah, so we can pardon that. That's accidental. As I said, Mr. President, I want to thank all members of the Chamber who contributed to the debate on this very important amendment, particularly the contributions made by the opposition, which provided us with a very interesting perspective on where things are. I want to particularly commend our new senator, Senator Jean, for, on her maiden address, her debut, gave us just a snippet of the caliber and quality of person and contribution that we can expect. And I expected nothing less. I was particularly pleased with the treatment that she gave to the bill and the focus that she took, the angles she took. And I think we have had a very important addition to this chamber, much needed. Mr. President, much was said, and there's no way I will be able to respond to every single issue, but there are a few of them that stood out, and I want to attempt to just respond briefly. First of all, I will go to the issues that were raised by the Leader of Opposition Business. I think firstly, Mr. President, I will want to suggest to the Leader of Opposition Business that when other members are contributing in this chamber, that he should try to remain in the chamber so that he can benefit from the contribution and get the substance of what is being said. Because I don't know why it is that the leader's chair is usually more empty than occupied. And I'd like to advise that he does that.
Mr. President, I want to raise on a point of order. The standing orders...
Let me acknowledge you first. Senator Fede.
Yeah. I rise on a point
Please
of order.
sit.
You know, the 37.8 is quite clear. Now, whether the member feels that I should be sitting in my chair or not. 37.8.
8?
Yes. So it says that the conduct of, and it has various individuals, Her Majesty, Royal Family, blah, 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 Privy Council, Senate or the House of Assembly. And it goes on to say that it is quite out of order for any member to discuss the conduct of another member. Stick to what I've said, and that's fine. We're here to debate the issues, not whether I'm sitting in my chair or not. So it's out of order based on the standing orders of the Senate for him to discuss. You don't know whether I have emergencies, and it's quite poor that a man who's in government would have time to sit down to see how many times we go outside or how many bathroom breaks we take.
Your point is taken, Senator Fede. Again, I think let's try to confine our comments as much as possible to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm happy that was, yes. So, Mr. President, I was about to comment on the Leader of Opposition Business's contribution. And that is why I provided that introduction, to put it in context. Because if the Leader of Opposition Business had paid attention, and during the debate while he was there, I advised him and encouraged him to pay attention to the debate. There are a number of issues that he raised in his presentation and his submission that had been adequately explained, referred to, and espoused by several members, particularly the member who spoke just before him. And that is why I was reminding, not just himself, but the rest of us, that when other members are making presentations, so that we do not appear to be making our submissions without the knowledge of what is being said. Mr. President, I'll give you a few examples of some of the issues that were raised that I would want to respond to. One of them was the issue of 5 years, not 5 years, 400 days. Now the opposition is counting the days, not the years. 400 days in office to make it sound big. That's a strategy that was used before, where you use the numbers to make things look different. Yes, it's just about a year. And I want to remind this chamber that the intentions of this government is to deliver on its promises. And within a year, it appears that we're expected to deliver a 5-year term in a year. I must remind this chamber that a government in St. Lucia, under our constitution, is constituted to be in government for a 5-year term. And a term is not 1 year. And so it appears that all the expectations, all the promises made, and everything we have promised the electorate by now should have been delivered in the first year. Well, Mr. President, it's clear that that is not how it works. I did hear the Leader of Opposition Business use the utterance of advising us on this side to rule this country. Try to take it back, but it was said, to rule this country. Mr. President, may I just inform the chamber that the St. Lucia Labour Party government in no way will ever attempt to rule any country. We're not rulers. We don't operate as an aristocrat or as in any other form. We're a democracy. We will govern. We will govern in a diplomatic, in a democratic country, and we will govern with the principles of good governance. We shall not rule. So I say to my colleague opposition leader, Leader of Opposition Business, thank you for the advice, but no thanks, we shall not rule. Mr. President, I want to also find out what is the opposition's obsession with this $1,500. I am sure that in previous sittings, at least 3 of previous sittings, I have had to stand to respond to that particular case. I have tried to do it in Creole, in English. I have tried my very best, but it still keeps coming up. And although it has been very clear that the government has made incremental steps, all of them have been outlined, even from the opposition, they have acknowledged that there are certain things. I remember in her deliberations, Senator Polius did indicate that she was happy that the government or any steps taken to alleviate or to provide any assistance to our people are welcome. But it appears that despite all of that acknowledgement, this $1,500 thing is an obsession that I would like to ask the leader of opposition business particularly to maybe advise, just to advise him to relieve himself of. Mr. President, I saw an opposition in this Senate today basically fishing based on all that we have discussed. And I will come to the independent member in a while, because he did raise some salient points. But I listened and I realized that there was an attempt to really fish out, where can we create an argument? And it was a futile undertaking. Mr. President, one of the arguments raised by more than one member on the opposite side was that people cannot benefit from tax if they do not have jobs. Mr. President, it was always also raised by the leader in the other chamber. And while I will not comment on what was said in the other chamber, I want to comment on it now because it was said in this chamber. That people cannot benefit from tax because they do not have jobs. And that is why I advise that the member paid attention, because my colleague Senator Jean gave particular examples of how people who may not be holding government jobs can benefit from these tax amendments. She talked about people at the market. She talked about people who can become gardeners when persons have more disposable income. She gave examples of people who can do housekeeping. I mean, she gave a long list. All of these people that were mentioned, Mr. Deputy President, are not people who receive government salaries. The point was made very eloquently on this side that there are St. Lucians who are not working let's put it on the government payroll, who are going to benefit from these amendments. And in other words, the jobs that we're asking about are being created by these amendments because people can afford to pay for services that previously they would not have been able to pay for. So I don't know if it was disingenuous. I don't know why it is that we keep hearing that argument even after we have explained how it can benefit those who are not on the government payroll. Mr. President, the issue of the farmers came up. So I moved to my other colleague senator who mentioned the farmers. And I will throw in the Creole there because I think it was a very tactical move, but I want to address it. Because we know these days the farmers had shown in the last elections that they weren't very happy with the previous government, and they joined in the efforts to remove them. So anything that can appease the farmers, I know the opposition will be very quick to jump on it. So Mr. President, Deputy President, here's what I want to ask. The farmers that we refer to, yes, may not be on government payroll, but don't these farmers have mortgages? Don't farmers' families pay loans and have mortgages? And when we have explained the benefit of these tax amendments to people with mortgages, don't these farmers and their families benefit? Now, I can understand the government, the opposition not relating to farmers being able to manage those things because, as was correctly said, one of the former ministers did say that farmers cannot manage $1,500, so they give them seeds. Well, the farmers have responded to that. They responded to that. Mr. Deputy President, I also want to ask, farmers, don't farmers have children who go to university? Mr. President, I went to university. My parents raised me on a farm. they were farmers, and the money that paid for my education was the farmer's dollar. Didn't that benefit them? A mortgage, farmers pay loans too. Monsieur Président, Monsieur Député Président, moi je voulais demander opposition. Yo parlé de amendement là nous fait là, changement nous fait en disant morceau législation ça là. Pas qu'à ni pièce bénéfice pour farmer parce que farmer pas qu'à payer taxes par le gouvernement. Monsieur le Président, moi je voulais dire premièrement, farmer ni famille, farmer qu'à payer taxes. Farmer ni loan yo qu'à payer taxes et puis le morceau législation ça là ni bénéfice pour monde qui a payé loan à banque là. Moi je voulais aussi dire monsieur député président, farmer ni ish qu'à aller l'école et puis yo ni ish qui qu'à aller go l'école comme ça nous ka couiller university. Et puis si yo ka joindre bénéfice ça là, il ka bénéfice ish yo et puis famille yo aussi. There are farmers, Mr. President, whose wives are teachers. One of the members opposite, I want to verify, when I was asking, making a little statement about you like farmers now, the colleague senator reminded me that she's a farmer. Colleague Senator Polius. She reminded me that she was a farmer, and I'm happy to hear that because it's a way of subsidizing income. So if we have members of this chamber who are farmers, how could we say that they don't benefit? So when she gets a break in her taxes, she's not a farmer, she's not benefiting. So that argument was really coming from her particularly was, ironic, really. So, Mr. President, I think we have exhausted the debate on who benefits from this amendment. Mr. President, one more thing I would like to say. On the argument that people who don't receive the tax directly do not benefit. We have people in this country who are responsible for a number of others in their household. Elderly, disabilities, people with disabilities who are under the care and protection and guidance and dependent completely on family members. So when a nurse, a grade 5 nurse or a grade 5 teacher getting $2,000 a month, or a grade 5 police officer has his grandmother or her young niece with a disability who completely depends on her, any increase in her disposable income is a direct benefit to that relative. The elderly lady at 90 who never worked or who cannot work is not paying tax to the government. She's not getting tax breaks. The child with the disability who cannot work or who's not able to work does not get a tax break, but the person taking care of them who gets the break can directly benefit and provide better care for them. They may be able to now hire a caretaker and do an odd job, an additional job to make more income because they have more disposable income. This is a very logical argument that we have provided on this side. But you see, Mr. Deputy President, the opposition is focused, they're very focused on one thing, to distort the argument that we have presented and hope that it will stick. But I think it's very clear today that it's not sticking. Mr. President, I heard the argument about doing better, and I think the speaker before me has addressed it, so I will not take this chamber's time to do so. I want to briefly thank Senator Aziz for his comments as well. I took note of a particular comment that he raised, and he mentioned that we need to have other tax policies that should complement this particular move, and he suggested that they should be a little more liberal, right? And he thinks that these will bring better benefits to businesses and others. I think that this is a welcome piece of, a welcome contribution, and that is why we have made it very clear that even in the presentation, we have identified those who will be impacted, if we can say negatively, those who will be impacted, and we quantified them as about 168. although the leader of opposition business attempted to do otherwise, and I had to stand up to deal with that. So, Mr. President, we recognize that this is so, and that is why week after week after week, we continue to provide incentives, whether it is through the Tourism Incentives Act, whether it is through any other legislation, to incentivize the other sectors of this country who also need some relief. Before I went into the motions this morning, you might have wanted to offer me a drink of water, Mr. President, when I read through about almost 30 or 35 different statutory instruments that this government has come today. And all of these, every time you hear a statutory instrument being read in this chamber, someone or some business or some corporation is benefiting from incentives and from bricks and from benefits from this government. And so I welcome the suggestion, and as was said by previous senators, this is just the first step, yes? The incremental steps as they come through will take into greater consideration those entities that the independent senator raised. Mr. President, I want to end by, again, reaffirming this government's commitment to improving the lives of our people in this country. And I'm happy that the opposition can say, we expect better. They are actually saying that they expect us to do better. That expectation gives me comfort that the opposition that sits in the chamber knows that this government can do better and urges us to do so. I thank them for that. Because if I didn't expect you to do better, I wouldn't ask you to do better. It's because they know that we can do better, that they remind us that they want us to do better, and I welcome that. So, Mr. President, I will assure the opposition. I thank them for pushing us and telling us that you have to do better, because they know we will. So I promise them that as we continue to return to this chamber with more, as we have promised, with more good news, with more relief, with more initiatives that will benefit and improve the lives of St. Lucians, that the better that they want is the better that they will get. So, Mr. President, once again, I give my full support to this bill, and I look forward to its benefits to the people of our country. I thank you.
Senators, the question is that the income tax amendment bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Income Tax Act, Cap 15.02.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 forms part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 3.
Amendment of Section 44.
Clause 3 forms part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 4.
Amendment of Section 54.
Clause 4 forms part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 5.
Amendment of Section 58.
Clause 5 forms part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 6.
Amendment of Schedule 5.
Clause 6 forms part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 7.
Amendment of Schedule 6.
Clause 7 forms part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 4 forms part of the bill. Senators, the question is that the committee rises and the bill reported. I now put the question. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senators, thank you. I beg to report that the Income Tax Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Deputy President, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and that the bill be read a third time and passed.
Senators, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and the Income Tax Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Income Tax Amendment Act 2022.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Deputy President, I beg to move for first reading a bill shortly entitled Security Interest in Movable Property.
Security interest in movable property.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order 49-2 to allow this bill to go through its remaining stages at the sitting.
Senators, the question is that Standing Order number 49-2 be suspended in order to allow the Honorable Leader of Government Business to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed, Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you again, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Security in Interest in Movable Property. Mr. President, this piece of legislation, or this bill, its intention really is part again of our more comprehensive legislative changes. And in this case, this bill will allow for the use of movable assets to secure financing, loan financing. As you would know, Mr. President, most of the assets that are used for securing loans have been immovable assets, land and so on. But this bill allows for movable assets to be able to do the same. And we believe that, again, it will give opportunities to individuals and perhaps entities who would previously not have been able to do so, to be able to do so now. Mr. President, what we've done between the first reading of this, before we came to this chamber, is that there's been quite a lot of consultation on this. We've done so with a number of consultants and business people. The bill was submitted to other entities such as the Bar Association for review. We've also noted that there are some benefits to the passage of the bill. Based on these consultations, we've been able to pick that up. We believe that there will be greater access to financing and of course contribute to the ease of doing business in this country when more entities can access financing to start off or to expand their business. Among the other benefits, Mr. President, I wish to mention that now third-party effectiveness can be applied in the law. The acquisition of security interest in customer goods, for example, have been addressed in this bill. If I may also use another feature, electronic registration of a notice with respect to a security interest in movable property, which is open to introspection or search by the public, and is also accessible via websites of the registry. So it gives opportunities for people to be able to access this remotely, which is in keeping with our times. Mr. President, there are cases where there were conflicting laws, and in these cases, the bill takes procedure and provisions relating to the application of the laws governing the creation of a security interest with regard to certain situations, and these would include the application of laws to a debtor, an obligator, the issue of secured creditor, to secure interest in funds credited to a deposit account, or all of these are specified in the bill. Mr. Deputy President, I also wish to note that stamp duty does not apply with respect to a security agreement created under the bill, and a person who is registered to exercise a right or perform a duty and generally act in good faith. So there goes another benefit. Mr. President, the bill also recognizes the continuance of an act or decision or other matter carried under the law that was applicable to the security interest that was created prior to the enactment of the bill, to be deemed to have been carried out under the bill. It also has provisions to explain the effect of the new law and on a transaction that predates the bill, and transition period which is provided for a continuation transaction. Mr. Deputy President, these are among some of the features and benefits of this bill. I really do hope that we recognize the importance of this bill particularly to those who would have not previously had access to financing had it not been for the use of movable assets. We understand that there may be some concerns regarding movable assets, but we believe that the benefits far outweigh the concerns. So I put this to the Honorable Senate for its consideration.
Senators, the question is that the Security Interest in Movable Properties Bill be read a second time. Senator Fede?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. Just a brief comment, and which will accompany by a few questions. While I think that this is a step in the right direction to ensure that to help the age-old problem, which many micro, small enterprises confront to gain financing, and as a result, in fact, some of them don't even get off the ground because of this perennial issue that we face with the banks. Mr. President, the social economic review shows that while liquidity have been rising in our lending institutions, that lending and credit has actually been declining, which is really numbers that are going in the wrong direction, and it suggests a very bad trend. Now, what I would like more clarity on, because it's 84 pages long, and I've been trying to review to see whether what the level of compliance is by the banks. So yes, we have this legislation, which is a step in the right direction, but is there anything in here that would ensure or mandates the compliance by lending institutions? If that is not in here, or if that's not going to be a new policy, then I don't think that that's necessarily going to address the problem. Movable assets, they could be fluid. Lending institutions, they've had a lot of concerns, no doubt, with assets that could be very loose. But I think that in his rebuttal, if the leader of government business can clarify what is going to cause the banks to implement a new policy, that is the question. So it's good to have it in law that the bank can charge against your car or charge against stock. I see in some of the clauses, which is good, but what will actually make them have to comply? Because that is the situation that we face. But it brings to mind the government's own efforts at trying to provide funding, like the youth economy effort. We've heard about this spoken here today. Now, we have always stated, Mr. President, that if you are going to try to create monies for small businesses, that you must remove the encumbrances as much as possible. So in the budgeted amount, it was $10 million that we saw for the youth economy, but the government went ahead and almost 50% of the monies are for administrative services. And so for me, this was the real opportunity to make monies available, make credit available to these small businesses, small and medium-sized businesses that we're trying to help. But in our own funds, we chose instead to focus on a top-heavy kind of system where 50% of your first disbursement, budgetary disbursement, is going to go to paying consultants, paying rent. When you have institutions like the Bell Fund, like SEDU, that already exist, that you could have put that money straight into that and to give these cash-starved institutions the level of liquidity that they need so that they can better fund these businesses that we're talking about. So it's very, very difficult, but I'm not sure whether the member can quote how this has worked in other countries, in their research, what has actually been the experience, where else in the Caribbean this has been done, and so forth and so forth. So we certainly would like more clarity in terms of how this has worked in other jurisdictions and what is the move to make sure that the banks are going to absolutely comply. But apart from that, Mr. President, it's very, very tough for small businesses, and it continues to be very difficult, which is why when we mention the income support, we're talking about small businesses. And that's why it is absolutely vital. It is not just an initiative that we are clamoring for. The government actually promised this to vendors, to taxi drivers, to a lot of self-employed persons, to speculators, and all of these people whose businesses, their sales, their revenues are down. They didn't come to you for help, for credit. They went out on their own. They started their businesses on their own. But you made a promise, and you said to them, who have started their own business without any help from the bank, you have promised them that you are going to give them income support because you understood the need for it because of the very difficult economic challenge that we are facing in the country right now. We look at the cruise ship season that's coming up, and for vendors and for taxi drivers, it's not the best season. Yes, we're seeing some recovery. I mean, I just looked at the Tourism Authority's report, and you look back at 2019 and you see the number of cruise calls and compare that to what is going to happen with this cruise schedule that has been published by SLASPA, you would see, Mr. President, that the numbers pale in comparison. So therefore, it's not going to be the kind of season that the small business persons, taxi drivers, vendors, craft artisans, and other small businesses that rely on tourism arrivals for their survival, we're not going to see that type of input. So this is coming at a very interesting time for the country economically, and this is coming at a very difficult and challenging time for small businesses in our country. And really and truly, I think that we need to make sure that the monies are going directly to those individuals. So I agree with the principle of this legislation, but I also want to know what sort of steps are being taken by the government to perhaps look at how the banks can loosen up their policies, how they can do something about the level of interest rates. I mean, we see all over the world that central banks are reducing interest rates because what they're seeing is that the inflation problem is having a significant ramifications on small businesses, on the economy. Small business persons who are having to buy inputs at a very expensive cost. By slowing down the economy, they're hoping that these the commodities that small businesses rely on will become actually cheaper and will help to solve the inflation problem that is afflicting the globe right now. Now, we are not in control of our own monetary policy. I do get that. But I think that if the government is going to have a policy thrust, we also have to look at the much larger issues that are confronting the small business sector or businesses in general. So I really want to see that there is a stronger level of compliance, a stronger level of cooperation from our lending institutions. And I'm not sure that this piece of legislation by itself is going to do that. It's very, very long. And, you know, we are going to do our best to continue to understand what is in here. But I haven't seen anything. I do apologize in advance whether I have missed it. But I asked the leader of government business to clarify as to what level of compliance, what level of success that he thinks that this is going to bring about in terms of changing this perennial problem where small businesses continue to find it difficult. Are there plans by the government to increase the allotment to a development bank, for example? So one of the perennial issues that development bankers will tell you that they have faced in this country, Mr. President, is the fact that they have to get their monies from donor agencies. And a lot of these donor agencies, they have a lot of conditions, preconditions. Some donor agencies may lend money for disaster vulnerability, for example. And if you want to start a business in the hospitality sector, it may not necessarily qualify. Some donor agencies are going to have different preconditions. And so by doing that, it limits the role of the development bank in investing in much needed small, medium-sized enterprises that we need to generate growth in this economy, to generate a self-reliance, to create more jobs in this economy, which is so badly needed. So this is a very important conversation that we're having, and it would be good to know what are the government's plans to ensure that development banking receives an impetus so that people can easier access loans within those lending institutions. I'll give you an example, Mr. President. While we were in government not so long ago, I was very happy to have witnessed the signing of a $10 million loan with the Prime Minister and the CARICOM Development Fund. And what that monies were targeted to do was to go towards funding small and micro enterprise businesses in the tourism sector. And this 10 million was placed at the development bank. We did not create a new institution like this administration is doing to then hemorrhage the capacity of the fund. We said, go to the development bank, here are the monies, here are the terms. So then now there's more flexibility because what we're doing is we're using an entity to finance the project that is a lot more flexible in its terms. And that is absolutely critical to do so that these small micro enterprises are going to benefit from the proposals or the projections that we make. A lot of times when we pass legislation, we create this hope. We do a PR campaign around it, but then it falls down flat. And I am into numbers. How will it actually work? How many businesses are going to benefit from this? What are the government's own policies? We do have a lot of questions as it relates to funding small micro enterprises. My colleague Bradley Felix, who's a member of the Lower House, did a similar thing within the Ministry of Commerce, where they had a program for small micro enterprises. That was accompanied, Mr. President, with concessions that they brought in, a slew of concessions. They expanded the fiscal incentives within the Ministry of Commerce to allow, for example, people who are owners of spas within that health and wellness sector to actually benefit from the work of the government and to benefit from the incentive regime, which was perennially confined largely to manufacturers within the slew of fiscal incentives that was giving to the members of the private sector via the Ministry of Commerce and Trade. So we see that we must continue to fund and to create a fund where micro, small enterprises can easily access these funds. When you will tell them, as in the case, I saw some of the preconditions in the youth economy, which I thought were defeatist to making these things available. Bank references that they were asking for, the legislation called for people to have a physical place. This is a virtual world. And so we have to make it as easy as possible. We must, for example, take into consideration that some of these small businesses that we're trying to help are going to be virtual, are going to be online, are going to now create new pathways within the digital economy, within the whole technological space of which we are very far behind. So it is with mixed feelings that I comment on this bill. I would really love to hear what the members on the government side would have to say to bring about some clarity to the many questions which I've put forward. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Shadri.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. I wish to make just a very short presentation on this bill before us. To one, indicate my support for the move, again, to make it much easier for our business persons and especially medium, small and micro enterprises to really be able to swim amidst the tides of the global and economic crisis. Simply explained in the Prime Minister's inaugural budget speech, this is really intended to allow for the use of movable assets to secure loan financing. And if we understand the process of applying for a loan and sometimes what is required, sometimes how much is required of especially startup businesses and small businesses or businesses that have not existed for very long, we know that sometimes the requirements can be so much and so cumbersome that, like the leader of opposition business rightly mentioned, that sometimes it really affects the ability of these businesses to actually be able to carry on. And so having movable assets, movable property now included in the list of things that can be considered as assets or collateral will really lend itself to helping pacify that situation. And when we look at movable assets, Mr. Deputy President, we look at things like inventory, machinery and equipment, trade and accounts receivables, and so on. And these are spoken of in part 1 of the bill. I think what this will do is really to give a level of greater empowerment and, like I said, the ability of MSMEs to really improve their ability to give them an opportunity to improve their conditions and perhaps opportunities to expand and so on. And earlier on in the treatment of some of the presentations on the previous bill, we spoke of some of the indirect benefits that can be derived from the ability to have more within your reach. And I think what this will do is really be able to spur the economy, drive the economy, because it means these small businesses now who can expand, it means they now have the scope to perhaps employ more persons and so on. So we're looking at the reduction of unemployment rates, for example. We're looking at improved conditions that could meet the criteria required for the export market and so on. And I think because of that, this is a very good move. Part 3 of the bill speaks to the registration of the security assets, and so this is an opportunity for a lot of small businesses now to ensure that they keep better records of their assets, better asset registers and so on, and really start looking at what they do more of a business rather than the kind of tea-boutique, what we refer to as the tea-boutique kind of thing, because these are the things that will really become acceptable to them. I think it's also incumbent on the ministry responsible, which is the Ministry of Commerce, and other entities such as SLISBA and all of the others that are involved in commerce and so on, to really educate the public and small business owners and so on, and potential entrepreneurs as to the content of that bill and how it could really assist them in, like I said, propelling the businesses forward. As a country, I have said that, and I say that almost every time I make a presentation in this August chamber, that we have a responsibility as a country to ensure that nobody is left behind. And so empowering people, empowering small business owners, empowering potential entrepreneurs to be able to get their businesses to flourish, or those who are skeptical to start because they do not have generational assets, they don't have family land that has been passed on, or a house that could be mortgaged or so on, but giving them the ability now to use movable assets to be able to do that is definitely a step in the right direction. And Mr. Deputy President, in another life, I served as a member of a board of a credit union, and very, very often we got these loans, persons trying to start up, trying to boost their businesses. And at the credit union, one of the things that you look at in terms of collateral is shares, share capital. And sometimes, based on the amount of money that these small businesses needed, it means that they needed to find the monies to increase their shares within the credit union. And sometimes you had to try to work out all kind of mechanisms, because you have an obligation to your members when it comes to assisting them to improve their living, their way of living. And so I see this as something that will be welcomed by the credit union sector. And as I say that, if you allow me leave to extend congratulations to our credit union sector, Mr. Deputy President. Today, I think it's today, it's the day, International Credit Union Day, and it's celebrated this year under the theme, Empower Your Financial Future with a Credit Union. And I think, therefore, it is very timely that such a bill is being presented before us, because it really creates an avenue for the credit unions, especially. And I may be biased there when it comes to financial institutions. I love my credit union. I love the cooperative and credit union sector. And so it will really give an opportunity to that sector to be able to assist its members even more. I noticed that the member opposite, I think he made a very good observation in terms of what are perhaps the additional things that could be looked at, the additional policies and legislation that could be looked at to support this piece of legislation. And I think as well that part of it is incumbent upon the financial institutions themselves to put some internal controls and internal policies in place, for example, in terms of their lending and loan policies, to ensure that now they revise it and review it to incorporate that aspect in terms of the movable assets, and see how it can really help boost the lending and so on of the institution. I think he also mentioned that there's a decline in lending. Even more, there is increase in liquidity, and that is something I saw whilst I was on the board at the credit union. But I always assume that one of the reasons, and it's a possible reason, is that because persons do not have sometimes the requirements in terms of the shares, you may not want to now use whatever savings you have to necessarily take a loan against it. But it means that if the seamstress, the little seamstress in a community, can now use the sewing machines within her shop as an additional form of collateral, it means it gives her the additional boost that she requires in order to now take that loan and expand that business and perhaps bring in a few more seamstresses and tailors within her business. I remember having to deal with a specific situation. It was a situation where a young lady had just started a computer-based business. So she did computer repairs and so on. She did printing and preparation of flyers and so on. And when she came in to get the loan, she was just starting up. And there was a debate around the table as to whether we should take a bill of sale on the Xerox printers that she was purchasing. And it was a debate that eventually we worked out a mechanism and we were able to issue her the loan, albeit at the time not as much as that she would have required. And so we knew the implications was that we gave it a period of time where she could come back and perhaps do refinancing. But it means perhaps with the support of a legislation like that, we would have been more inclined and more confident to have used the bill of sale on her printers and her copy machines and her screen printing machines to be able to give her the amount of money she would have required to do a complete setup for her business. And so based on that, these factors that I have articulated, I support the piece of legislation, and I really look forward to the Banking Association, the Financial Services Regulatory Authority, the Cooperative League, and so on, to come together and look at this piece of legislation and really be able to empower their members, their member credit unions, their member financial institutions to use that piece of legislation so that we can actually see, and the benefit will be the increase in business activity that will inevitably boost the economy. And this is exactly what I think we need in this time and at this juncture. So I just wanted to make these few observations and reiterate my support for the piece of legislation in front of us. I thank you, Mr. Deputy President.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. Once again, I just thank colleagues for their contributions, a Leader of Opposition Business and my colleague. Quite correctly, there was always going to be a few concerns when those types of bold legislative steps are taken. There's always going to be, you have to balance what you're trying to do with the challenges that will come. And I think the Leader of Opposition Business did raise a few of these issues quite correctly. Some of them have been addressed by my colleague. But I need to say that every single piece of legislation that we've passed we are passing today and we have passed in recent sittings, particularly those that deal with the economy, they are part of a bigger policy approach, a more comprehensive approach to rebuilding and improving the situation in this economy. And I think that is why you would see today that the income tax amendment is being done. The barrels VAT exemption is customary, but this piece of legislation complements what we've just done. And I hope it's not by, I think it's by design that we're actually passing this legislation on a day like today when cooperatives are being recognized worldwide. This is, sometimes there's divine intervention in what we do and we're not even aware of it. So I think that this is proper, but as per the concerns raised by the Leader of Opposition Business, there are two of them I noted. He meant the issue with the banks giving the guarantees that the banks will actually comply and agree and work with this. I want to tell the Senate that one of the things that we found is that the credit unions, banks, and other financial institutions of late, particularly post-COVID, they're very liquid. And they really are putting up all kinds of advertisements, and they're trying to lure businesses and customers in to come and borrow money. That's how banks make money. And because they're so liquid, they are more likely to be flexible and tolerant of some of those that probably in the past they would not have been. Also, I think there's a bit of increased confidence in what is happening, and I want us, perhaps we can take some credit. I cannot say that this government alone should take some credit. I believe credit has to be given when it's due, but there is some measure of signals of confidence that gives us the comfort that the banks will welcome these moves, albeit with some of the concerns that were raised. Also, when the government injects various policies or various initiatives that empower and increase the spending power of the consumer, the bank feels more confident that these consumers and these entities, we will call them debtors in that case, will be able to service these loans and to be able to repay to the creditor. So these are some of the issues that give us the confidence within this context that this piece of legislation is timely. I think timing is everything in these situations. It's an opportune time. We are in recovery mode post-COVID. A lot of sectors are reopening, especially the tourism sector. There are lots of the business sector. People are going back to work. There is a sense of urgency about where we need to be. And it is a very good time for small businesses, for other persons who want to start their business over, who want to expand their small business, people who are out of work for a while. They feel that there is a need for them to take a few more risks. And now is a good time for us to say, here is how we as a government can incentivize what you're doing by making your movable assets available for you to be able to use as security. So I welcome this. I think we couldn't have had a better time to pass this legislation. And I really do hope that despite some of the issues that I appreciate that were raised, that, like I said when we started, the benefits far outweigh these concerns. And I look forward to that bringing some much needed relief to our small businesses and customers who would otherwise not have been able to access finance. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senators, the question is that the Security Interest in Movable Property Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to provide for the use of movable property as collateral for credit, the creation of a security interest in movable property and third-party effectiveness of a security interest, the establishment of an online register of security interest in movable property and for the registration of a security interest in movable property, the rules for determining priority of a security interest as against competing claimants, the rights and obligations of a grantor, secure creditor and third-party obligor, the enforcement of a security interest, applicable laws and for related matters.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 3.
Application and non-application of this act.
Clause 3 forms part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 4.
Conflict of laws.
Clause 4 forms part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 1, clauses 5 to 18.
Creation of a security interest.
Part 1, clauses 5 to 18 forms part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 2, clauses 19 to 28.
Third-party effectiveness of a security interest.
Part 2, clauses 19 to 28 forms part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 3, clauses 29 to 51.
Registration of a security interest in movable property.
Part 3, clauses 29 to 51 forms part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 4, clauses 52 to 71.
Property of a security interest as against competing claimants.
Part 4, clauses 52 to 71 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 7, Part 5, I'm jumping. Part 5, clauses 72 to 89.
Rights and obligations of the grantor, secured creditor, and a third party.
Part 5, clauses 70 to 89 forms part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 6, clauses 90 to 102.
Enforcement of a security interest.
Part 6, clauses 90 to 102 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 7, clauses 103 to 116.
Applicable law.
Part 7, clauses 103 to 116 forms part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 8, clauses 117 to 121.
Miscellaneous.
Part 8, clauses 117 to 121 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 1.
Short title and commencement.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Senators, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion, say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senators, I beg to report that the Security Interest in Movable Property Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and that the bill be read a third time and passed.
Senators, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and the Security Interest in Movable Property Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion, say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This Act may be cited as the Security Interest in Movable Property Act 2022.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, considering the time, I wish to move for the suspension of the Senate until 3:20 for lunch.
Senators, the question is that this sitting of the Senate be suspended until 3:20. I now put the question. As many as have that opinion, say aye.
Aye.
As many as have a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Well, we have just come to the end of the first session of this sitting of Parliament, of the Senate, in which we heard the motions, two motions being debated this morning and passed, as well as two bills, the the Income Tax Amendment Act, as well as the Securities, Interest and Movable Properties Act. There was much debate on both of these bills, and of course they were passed. Very interesting indeed. The sitting has been adjourned until 3:20 p.m. Ça c'est là nous kay dévier en kay ici quand Sénat là ka parler enfin ka discuter comme on dit des différentes motions. Il y en a sur taxe, c'est changement taxe et quand l'autre a sur propriétaire changement ça servi pour faire changement et même pour servir pour discuter les affaires. À présent, comme on dit, il y a une view ici à 20 minutes après 3 heures. Et je m'ai invité pour rester puis nous. Et puis NTN, nous avons même discuter et puis enfin faire ça qui est nécessaire pour nous, ça continuer la discussion. Nous avons vu ici à 20 minutes après 3 heures qu'on doit discuter. So, restez puis nous avons dévié. Nous avons vu maintenant pour Studio NTN.